Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Oh my god, my tracker. Fuck. God damn it. Okay, there we go.
Lamau.
Shut the
Skill
fuck.
issue.
Shut the fuck up. Stop it. Leave me alone. There we go. Yippee. Okay. Woohoo. Everything's fine. Hi, hi. It's me, Mina. Hello, hello. I'm here. I'm here with him. So, Aki, say your thing.
Hello, guys, gals, and all my non-binary pals. My name is Akihiko Hishimoto, your time-traveling, space-faring, and reality-hopping VTuber extraordinaire. And, it's great to meet you all, but it's even better to meet me. Hello, hello.
Hi, Aki. Welcome. Welcome. Not the stuff you really have. You rehearsed so much. You put so much more into your intro than I did.
Listen, it's just I got the swag. That's how it is. I'm built different.
Are you saying you're what's it called? You're like a sauced up white boy.
It's quirked up white boy is the correct terminology that you're looking for.
I forgot. I forgot which one. It's been a hot minute.
Listen, we all know who is more internet savvy here.
What the fuck? What do you mean by that?
If it's not the Omegaversary Yowie, you don't know anything.
I'm quite literally the one that helped you set your OBS up, nerd.
Yap.
Why do we have Pokemon in the back? Because I like Gengar. Am I not able to have Gengar? Is that not allowed?
I have a favorite Pokemon, but it's been tainted.
Huh?
Lucario.
Okay, guess what? It's better than one of my other favorite Pokemons, okay?
What, Vaporeon?
Yes. So,
that's just a skill issue.
I genuinely did not know about the Vaporeon thing until Boyfie told me and showed me the copy pasta like a year ago. I genuinely had no idea because I don't engage with the Pokemon community. And it's very upsetting.
Hey guys, did you know that in terms of...
It's not even, like, scientifically doesn't even make sense. Like, bro just wanted to fuck a cat.
It never needs to make sense for
like,
these
Gardevoir's
freaks.
right there. Like, that's more human. Hi, Ultra. Hello, hello. I'm here with
Mina doing?
Aki.
Being scuffed. Living up to the scuffed streamer tag.
You know what's so funny too, Aki? I mentioned, because I was talking about how usually Love and Deep Space banners come out on Wednesday, but instead they came out early for this one. And I was talking in the Discord about how, oh, I'm so struggling not to pull before stream. And Swan told me, he was like, why don't you do it on stream while Aki is there? And I was like, I can't because Aki's a fucking bully. And guess what? Immediately.
Hey. Listen. You're one of the bros. This is the problem, bestie. You're one of the bros, I'm one of the girlies, so we gotta compromise, you know?
Okay.
We can gossip our shit, but then we can also beat the ever-living shit out of each other.
Swan, okay, but at the end of the day, you're a Raphael person, so like I don't really care as much because I know you'll, even if you get Zane, you wouldn't be able to love him like I can. So, it's okay.
Damn. That's crazy.
It's okay.
You wouldn't be able to love him like I can. These gooners going wild.
Listen, I will. I can pull up the logs from yesterday's stream, Swan. You were literally going off about Raphael in the chat. Listen, I will get Master of Fate, whether it's my saved up 75 pulls or it is my wallet. It is coming home, so it's happening.
Could never be me. I would never goon for a gotcha.
What if it was all a lie? You're not really, you're into like, I can't say that.
What? Huh?
I was gonna be like, you're not into autistic men, you're into gay boys. Which is why you love Raphael, because Raphael's a homosexual.
Not the call out, Swan. Get down, shots fired.
Not because Raphael's a homosexual.
In the game about women.
Okay,
and men.
listen, if you look him up and listen to him, I'm sorry, but he kind of has. I'm sorry, but
and anything wrong with that? Huh?
No,
huh?
nothing wrong with it. It's just like I can't. It's really funny
That's cancel Mina. Get
when
the
I
Google
see the
Docs.
when I see the girlies on Twitter being like, "Oh, my man Raphael," I'm like,
I would never goon for a woman in a video game.
So anyway, so today we're gonna talk about anime. We're gonna talk about Noi from Dora Hedra, everyone.
That is not a woman in an anime game. That is peak waifu material, and anyone who says no is a coward.
It's so funny too because we were talking about that. Pumpkin was talking about how they're trying to get the Noi physique, and I was like, be careful who you say that around.
Listen, I like my women, and in the words of the oh so wise Spike Spiegel, that could beat the ever living shit out of me.
I told them as well that you live by the Spike Spiegel doctrine.
Noi from Dora Hedro, Mariko from My Hero. Oh god.
You must have been so devastated that the plot took out a bad bitch. She should have prevailed. She was too much of a bad bitch that the plot had to take her.
She's still alive, I'm pretty sure.
Well, at least she
just
got
doesn't
kicked
have any
out of
limbs.
the story. Wait, did they make her into like a vegetable?
Well, I mean, she has super sick robot prosthetics, but...
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
Motherfucker,
did they
I thought you were the one who actually watches My Hero. I consume it secondhand.
I stopped watching during the school festival arc because I got bored. Because I hate Deku and he annoys me. And I
could have sworn last we talked you were watching with Boyfie.
No, Boyfie also doesn't keep up on it anymore. He got up to the point where Deku was like, I'm gonna go be a vigilante, and then he stopped paying attention because he also hates Deku and thinks he's annoying. But we are considering watching the prequel thing because that actually looks cool.
Vigilantes.
Yeah. And the sensei's hot, so like works for me.
Yeah. Old man spotted.
Because he's like, I can't listen. Late anime endeavor is really hot, but I cannot bring myself to. I hate him too much that my gooning can't prevail because I can't bring myself to like, the abusive rapist. So I'm kind of happy that the sensei from Vigilante kind of just has that general look. But he isn't an abusive rapist, so I can goon for him, so I'm happy.
Oh, spoiler, I don't know anything. I haven't read Vigilante,
I think Endeavor's like the only like known established rapist, at least. So I think we're good.
I thought he was just abusive.
There's literally a scene where he looks at the TV and sees All Might, and then he looks back menacingly at his wife, and she starts sweating and like freaking out, and then it hard cuts to her having given birth. It's very implied that he does marital rape so that she can keep producing children so that he can get his prodigy child. It's filmed like a horror movie, that scene. Yeah, it's pretty they do the he looks back at her like he's gonna kill her, and then it hard cuts to baby crying. And she's holding a new baby. So like,
Well, you know, a fire user who was also one of the strongest in his verse and has absolutely no problems with him, Rengoku, my
Rengoku.
goat.
Rengoku would kill himself before if he ever had to do something like it. He would just be like, no, he wouldn't because he respects women. He's just socially not the greatest, but he's a sweetheart.
What do you mean? He has aura. He doesn't need to be good at social.
He has aura,
because people automatically see him and they're like, at first they're like, oh, this guy's kind of weird, and then they see him in action and they're like, damn, this dude's sick.
Yeah, pretty much. I couldn't get through because Deku's so annoying. I dropped it when Deku did the fucking shit that like Gon did to Killua at the end of Hunter x Hunter, where Deku went to Todoroki and was like, you don't understand anything. I've been through just as much as you have, Todoroki. And it's like, I hate the annoying like main character who's had like a relatively good life, like telling the very abused person like, we have it just the same, you don't understand my pain. And it's even fucked up too because like Bakugo was listening in and even he was like, ooh. Even he was like, yeesh. Ooh. That's pretty cringe, bro. So I was just like, God, I can't take this annoying ass kid anymore, and so I dropped it.
Have you told chat that you're a Bakugo simp?
Yeah, that was like one of the first things we discussed.
Nice.
We discussed the fact that like my two easy archetypes is like the Bakugo archetype and then like the Tenya Ida archetype. Those are like
bad boy and glasses.
Bad boy and glasses, autism. Those are my two go-tos, and it's just the easiest way to explain it.
Oh, I know. It's that D&D campaign.
I know what I like, just like you know what you like. If, oh man, I need to make some NPC for Aki to romance. Strong muscle girl who is independent and does her own thing, but like, you know, is a bit of a tease. There you go. Woohoo. It's almost like we couldn't
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, you have a type. Also, you literally sending Zendaya pics in the channel before we started.
Hey, shh. Ain't nobody need to know about that. Listen, what happens in the Zendaya stream happens in the Zendaya stream. Or stays in the Zendaya stream. Or whatever.
Okay. Listen, you're a man with a specific taste, is all I'm gonna say. If her back is at least 70 degrees, she's a taker. Ultra. Do you want her to match your posture? Is that why? Yeah, it's funny every time though you send something like that, because I feel like every time you do, I always have the same response. If I forget her boobs are that big. I feel like I say that every time.
I'm a man who knows what he likes. And that's all there is to it.
AKA throw a big tits on a muscle girl. Boom. Ta-da.
Bonus for tan.
Bonus for tan. Yeah, tomboy. Titty, tomboy, tan, muscle girl.
I mean, I'm a prisoner of my own taste. What can I say?
How much did you enjoy that animated Superman show with the tan Lois Lane?
I just liked the Superman show because it was a Superman show, honestly. Lois was nice, but...
Hell yeah.
When she threw herself up a building, you know.
It'd be like that.
That was kind of wild. Yeah.
I remember when that came out, everyone was like, let's go, our good core-fed boy.
Go.
Getting his tan tomboy girl.
You did not just say fem. You did not call Superman a femboy.
No, I said corn-fed boy.
Oh, corn-fed. That sounded like
he's
femboy,
a good
and I was
rural
about to say.
corn-fed boy.
He's a bulky farmer boy.
He's a farmer boy. Yeah, how do you feel about all the discourse that's been going on about like because you're like a resident Superman guy. How are you feeling so far about what you've seen from the new movie?
I think I have not seen enough to form a proper opinion, and as such, I am going into it optimistically, as any Superman fan would. Uh, and I'm gonna give it the benefit of doubt. It looks a lot more like a comic movie than it does a like superhero movie, if that makes any
Yeah,
sense.
no, it's
Which I
like
kind of like.
I've seen a lot of people saying it's corny, and I'm like, I don't know how to tell you this, but it's Superman.
I literally saw someone tweet like it was the when he said the eyes up here, big guy, and someone tweeted like, I heard this and I was like, that's corny, and then I remembered who I'm watching.
Literally, like it's Superman. He's the biggest cornball. Why? Because he's full of corn. Like that's Superman. Like, and
The
he
other
thinks
meme
it's super
that
sick.
Another like quote retweet that I saw that was really funny was like, it's the scene of him yelling. It was the scene of him like yelling, being like, why can't I go out there and save people?
Oh, to the
And
reporter.
someone quote retweeted it
scene.
and was quote retweeted it and was like, you know, if I had the power to fly and super strength and invincibility, I would be pissed too if someone yelled at me for going
Yeah.
into another country and helping out.
Yeah, like me when I watch Godzilla and people say there are too many big monsters. Literally, like especially Godzilla, that's a good point because like I grew up watching Godzilla and kaiju movies, and like I watched I grew up watching the old black and white kaiju movies with the really shitty English dub. Because they didn't even have sub on the TV channels that my dad would watch them on. Yeah. And like when I saw the new ones, I was like, I remember like I think it was like one of the like two newer ones, so to speak. And someone said something about like on Twitter that like, oh, there wasn't enough because like the first Godzilla movie did like of the newer ones, you know, did focus more on like the human part. And then I kind of branched away from that a little bit, and someone was like, why didn't it focus as much? And I'm like, bitch, this is a Godzilla movie. I want to watch we're here to watch Godzilla do Godzilla shit.
Complaining about giant monsters in a Godzilla movie is the equivalent of watching an anime and complaining about anime in the anime.
Like, are you kidding me? Me when I go to the Godzilla movie and I see Godzilla fucking charging up and shooting his goddamn radioactive laser beams at people, and I'm like, yeah, cinema. That's what I came there for. Bonus points for them bringing my girl Mothra in and showing Godzilla, one of my favorite wife guys. Godzilla, one of my favorite wife guys. Love him. Love that we got Mothra. I loved Mothra as a kid. I was very happy.
Supposedly, the newest one that's coming out is gonna have Space Godzilla. I don't know if you know who Space Godzilla is, if you were that much of it. I used to watch like the old shitty ass costumed ones.
I remember when Godzilla's son debuted. That's how much I watched them. We were like, oh my god, it's time. You were at King Ghidorah, yeah. No, like Rodan, Mothra. I forget the turtle's name. The turtle.
Nah, King Ghidorah, bitch. Fuck that
King
guy.
Ghidorah, yeah, all of it. Like, no, we did not just, my dad, like, we did not just watch Godzilla. We watched like all the kaijus. Like, one of our favorite things that my dad still references is in the Rodan movie, the original, the English dub for the Rodan movie. There's a scene where they're at a military base and Rodan is coming. And so they sound the alarms to evacuate. And because the English was really bad, because this was an old movie, like black and white, the English translation they went for saying Rodan has arrived is they start screaming Randall Dumpling over the audio. And that's the evacuation call. And my dad still will use, that's like his go-to now for any like signal thing is what he does, because that's like the shitty like 60s English dub attempt. So it's just this really thick accent of this guy yelling Randall Dumpling. Gamara,
Randall Dumpling, Randall Dumpling.
It's so stupid. Yeah, like I don't know. I just also like Godzilla's cute. Just he's a guy.
I can't wait to see in the new movie, Space Godzilla's gonna come down, he's gonna beat up Kong, beat up Godzilla, and then
To
Mecha
be
Godzilla's
fair,
gonna come back out of nowhere, and they're gonna team up like Goku and
I'm
Vegeta.
really excited. I think Space Godzilla could look really. I'm really interested to see how they go about the design with modern technology, because that could look pretty fucking crazy. I will say though, I don't give a fuck about Kong. The one
Me
thing I
neither.
wish is
I'll
I
be-
wish
yeah.
that Kong wasn't such a big part of, because like I get it, he's like, because Kong's like the Western monster, right? Like
Yeah, Kong is definitely
he's the Western one that they brought in to like get Western audiences more interested.
mhm.
I don't give a fuck about, he's just a big monkey. I don't even like monkeys to start with because
Hey,
like
yo.
they're ugly and weird and they rip people's faces off. And like he's just a big monkey.
Chill,
That's it.
chill.
What's the Dragon Ball thing that guy did? He goes like filthy monkey.
Frieza? You
I
don't
don't-
want to compare yourself to Frieza.
My family always makes fun of me every time I talk about how I hate because like we'll be scrolling on TikTok and if I see like a monkey video, I instantly scroll past it, and he'll make me say the Frieza line. Who the fuck thinks Kong would win against Godzilla? People who don't know jack shit about kaijus. Because he's just a big monkey. He's a big monkey, and his only feat back in the day was stealing a woman. They had to give him more lore to make him impressive. Because like that's really all he did was he stole a woman and climbed a building and got shot up by a helicopter. Like that was like his big thing. And then they invented like all these other like feats to be like, see, he's actually cool. Like, no, the only cool like fictional monkey outside, like the only really cool one that has aura that is sick is the one from Planet of the Apes. Old and
actually,
new.
incorrect. Incorrect. There is one monkey that has more aura than a lot of people in a lot of things in literature and fiction, and that is the goat Sun Wukong. All hail the Monkey King.
Okay, but like that's different.
How the fuck is that different? You said
Because
in
it's-
media and
okay.
literature.
Okay, because also that's if we're getting into Eastern, yeah, the Eastern monkey creations are way cooler than Western monkey things. Like in a Western sphere, like Planet of the Apes is the only like cool ones. Eastern because like Eastern one like because the Western ones just do like, how do we make this monkey cooler? We're just gonna scale him up. That's basically all they do. Versus like Eastern ones will be like, hey, yeah, this monkey, he's God. He's God and he does cool shit and he's funny and a jackass and ta-da, Sun Wukong, you know. But like, yeah, in Western spheres, they just like scale them up basically and are like, it's even bigger monkey. Ta-da. Is Donkey Kong? you know what? But Donkey Kong is Japanese too.
Donkey Kong is Japanese.
He's Japanese, so
it still proves the point.
He still outdoes, yeah. Donkey Kong does have aura. He's a hardworking father. And he's got that funny song. So shout out to Donkey Kong.
Be careful though, Nintendo might hunt you down.
Oh god, yeah, I can't
Do
sing
something
it or
wrong.
Mario will like snipe me through my window right now.
Nintendo and Disney.
I love those memes of every time someone posts that they got like a Nintendo tattoo and they're like, oh, they're coming for your arm.
They're coming for your arm. It's now their property.
Hi, Addie.
Did you hear
Hello.
do you know the thing that like when people are animators for Disney, everything they draw is owned by Disney, even if it's porn? Did you know that?
Like, as long as they're under contract or just like forever?
While they are an animator at Disney, anything they draw belongs to Disney.
How much porn
And so
is under the
because
Disney
of that,
umbrella?
the artists would draw raunchy porn of the Disney characters because then, you know, they would have to it's all like stored in a vault somewhere or something. And that was their way of retaliation, which is really funny.
Oh yeah. Who if you had to draw porn of a Disney character to retaliate against your boss, who would you choose? I don't know why my brain defaulted to Goofy, because I think that's just that's so gross because of the thought of what he would sound like.
Oh, are we
so
talking
awful.
about what would be the grossest thing to draw?
Just like, what would you do? Like, what would you? My brain just went to Goofy, because if I was trying to piss off my boss, I'd be like, yeah, think of Goofy having sex, and that's just, you know. But like, what would you do? Who would you default to?
Well, hold on, I gotta do my research real quick, because it's one of these two movies, but I don't remember.
Okay. This is just how our conversations go, Swan, you know?
Listen, we keep it real out here, all right? Also, what the fuck is that emote, Ultra?
He's a waist guy.
Oh, wait, not even abs, waist? Wow.
He's a waist guy. I mean, I think he likes abs too, but he also just likes waist. Piglet would be the most painful. Ooh. You're divorcing your wife because she's silly. No, I said she was fucking goofy.
What's that one movie called?
Oh, Tummy. Well, I was talking about Ultra, but Addie is a tummy. Abs and tummy. I was talking about Ultra Addie, don't worry.
Abs are superior. But, yeah, no, that just fits with my whole shtick. It would probably be that one, the El Dorado chick.
I was gonna say, you're just gonna pick something that you would goon to.
But if we're going to retaliate,
we're trying to ruin our bosses.
If we're going for retaliation,
yeah.
Then
because like, if I was gonna do like
Beauty and the Beast, no. That's what you would like.
Only the Beast form though. But I was gonna say, if I was gonna draw like a character that I goon over from Disney, it would probably, I don't know, like Flynn Rider's like a classic for girls.
Oh god, that's right. Tangle's so peak, I forgot it was Disney.
Exactly. It just feels like it would be Golden Time Pixar and not Disney. Yeah, Flynn Rider's a big one. Naveen, the guy from, I forget his name.
You know
Mulan.
what? Mike Wazowski. There. That's what I would do to.
No, you should do the desk lady.
Oh god.
The slug. The slug woman and Mike Wazowski fucking. That's what you should do.
Or Mater.
Okay, but people actually want to fuck Mater.
What do you mean? He's a car!
Yeah, okay, for one, the car fandom has a lot of gooners.
Okay, but no. Here's the thing. I understand if you're a Cars gooner and you're talking about like the chick, Lightning McQueen's girlfriend, that chick. Yeah, that I understand. Mater? I understand Lightning McQueen himself.
Okay, there's the one car from Cars 2, I think is what he's from.
What one?
Let me remember which one it is. I don't remember if he's from Cars 2 or Cars 1.
Are you talking about the secret agent guy?
I think no. He's from the main Cars. He's from the main Cars, I think.
Yeah, the Cars 2 was the whole thing about Mater helping secret agents.
No, it wasn't Cars 2. It was a bluish kind of car, so I thought.
You mean Doc Hudson?
Yeah.
You mean the DILF car? That's
yeah.
from Cars 1, first and foremost.
That's, I couldn't remember. I haven't seen Cars in forever. Doc Hudson, yeah. No, I don't remember liking. I just thought because a lot of girls like the guy from the second one, so I thought maybe it was him, but I don't think I remember liking his accent, so I don't know.
Nah, people like Doc Hudson way more.
Doc Hudson, yeah, because he's yeah, he's a DILF car. Man, there's dudes who fuck actual cars. Yeah, Cussy. You know what we should watch sometime as a watch along? We should watch the Cussy documentary as a watch along.
Explode you.
We should watch the Cussy documentary.
Okay, Ultra, you can't say who likes the cars in Cars, because the thing is, some of those cars got crazy fucking voices, all right?
Yeah,
and all it takes is a voice to fucking...
It's the voice, and then someone will draw like a human version.
The people who like Doc Hudson are the people who like Nanami, to give you an example in human terms.
I think I'm gonna go back to it.
Then you're a coward, is what you are.
Hold on, I'm gonna send it in the Discord.
You see, I'm gonna send
the diagram of it in the Discord.
The diagram.
Yeah. The Cussy.
What the hell? You just dropped that in general? You didn't even choose another channel? Just fucking plop right there. What the fuck? Look at the first reply to it.
Yeah, Cussy.
Alright. We're getting...
I don't know about that considering you already did to his copyright. Daddy got dementia. I guess I should probably tag him for NSFW.
I was about to say, you literally just posted car pussy on general chat.
Can I hide it after I posted it?
Well, what you have to do is you have to delete it and then resend it, or just keep it deleted. We get it. Maybe, I don't know, make a not safe for work channel. You know, do something responsible with your power.
Okay. Whoops. There we go. Now it has a spoiler. It's an anatomy diagram.
It's a fucking informational diagram. Yeah,
it's
you want to also if it's an
diagram.
informational diagram, you also want to show them the informational diagram of not cocks that you showed me, huh? We airing this out here and now?
What does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with it's
education. What does that have to do with anything?
We're gonna get banned.
Crucified over pertinent information. Exactly. I'm just educating the public about it.
This is not pertinent information.
Listen, because now if someone mentions Cussy, you're gonna know what they're talking about, and they're gonna be like, want to see it, and you're gonna know to say no. Now you know.
I didn't want to see it in the first place.
So, anyways, we should watch the documentary.
No, you know what? That's it. I'm taking this ship. I am steering it the complete opposite fucking direction. How do you feel about the leaks about 5-star Sampo?
I haven't touched that game since they did. I tried to play it again, and I did the event where like you were making the little seal dudes fight. I remember that. That was the time that I stopped. If Sampo, I'll at least get him. Addie, no, I'm sorry. My Twitter payout already went through. I'm sorry. My Twitch payout.
You know what? You know what you should do? You should post that on fucking Twitter. if you're so confident about it, be like, hey guys, did you know about Cussy? And then post that image.
Okay, but that's not gonna hit the same because it doesn't have the context of the conversation. You know, I
don't think context would even save you.
The context is we were talking about cars. And you were like, it's a car, and I'm like, people fuck cars. People made diagrams
I know
on
people
how to
fuck
fuck
cars.
cars.
There's an entire subreddit dedicated to it. That's not the point.
So I was educating the chat.
Mariko, my hero, Bakugo, yeah, woo. Something else, I don't know. I'm steering us the fuck away from this conversation.
Listen, okay. I'm sorry for trying to educate people. Okay, my bad.
I do think this is also proof that we need to do that stream of making the hear me out.
Explaining the hear me out chart.
Because the cars, I do not believe, for someone who is chronically online, saying that the cars are hot is not something crazy.
For a normie,
but if you're not chronically online, if you're a normal person, then that is a crazy thing. So.
If you're a normie, they're gonna be like, fucking what now? But if you're like chronically online, like, yeah, it's like, oh, okay, sure, why not? You know? I'm very more learned now, thanks, Mina, of course. Of course.
You know what? All right, let's do. I'll mention a person who everyone would want to fuck. Bucky in the new Thunderbolts movie. Thoughts?
Dude, when they get, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it
yet either. I've heard it's really good.
They gave him a Dyson Airwhip and gave him the fucking Prince Charming hair. Whoever did that, good job. They saw the edits that girlies were making on Tumblr of him with the Prince Charming hair and knew what they had to do. I will say, unfortunately, I still do think that Winter Soldier was the peak of his look.
I agree. The mascara, the mask, the long hair.
Okay, this is one thing. I also haven't seen the Robert Pattinson Batman movie. I will admit I haven't seen it. But one thing I was really hoping with the success of that movie is that like guy liner for like men would come back, because guy liner just like, it looks so good. Like I loved when Bucky had the guy liner with the mask. Also, I think the arm was cooler in Winter Soldier. But like he's still hot. It's a little hard for me sometimes because, like, you know, my cat has the same name. But good old James. No, he's very attractive, yes. He's one of, if I had to rank like attractive Marvel Cinematic Universe dudes, I would say he's probably number 2. So
here's number 1.
What do you think? I'm a girl. What's the one guy that girls in Marvel are obsessed with?
Well, there's a lot of those, is the problem.
Magic. Green.
Really?
What?
Doctor Strange?
I said green, you know, like, you know.
Yeah, Time Stone. You said magic. Am I stupid?
God.
Green magic.
Asshole brother.
Oh, Loki. That's right.
You know, the guy whose entire color palette is green. And
listen, bro, I was like, Chris Hemsworth? No, you're not Chris Hemsworth, girly.
No.
Listen, there's too many hot people in Marvel, okay?
Okay, but Loki has always been. Loki charmed me when I was. I used
Loki
to have a
has the entire
Loki.
female population in a fucking chokehold.
Thank the Lord for Tom Hiddleston. So, all I'm gonna say.
I was gonna say, Charlie Cox? Because I know you really like Derek.
Charlie, okay, are we counting? I guess, yeah, that is Marvel
He's in the
Cinematic
Marvel Universe
yeah.
now.
I would, okay,
Number
Frank Castle over Daredevil.
Course. Oh, fucking course. All right.
No, Frank Castle's number 2. Sorry, Bucky.
Wow. Okay,
Frank Castle itches a very specific, very specific.
What, the mental psycho niche? Huh?
I mean, Loki can kind of carve it. Also, like early Bucky could carve that out too. But
oh yeah, but here's the difference. Bucky was a psycho because he was brainwashed by Nazis. Frank Castle is just like that. That's just how he is.
But have you seen how he is in season 1 of The Punisher with that one teenage girl that he basically adopts and protects as his own, and like
yes, we know you love daddies. You love father characters.
He's so. Honestly, Karen is stronger than me, because in that elevator, she's stronger. She's the strongest soldier for real. Also, listen.
Do we need to bring back up the Nanami Shibuya incident?
I'll show him a real Shibuya incident. I bet he smells like
I'll show
cigarettes,
Shibuya
and I'd
a real
like
incident.
He looks like he looks kind of grimy, but like it works. I don't know, man. It's because here's the thing. I don't like big dudes. It's very rare that I like a big guy. Like Frank Castle is like that's a good build. Like I'm usually like more though into the like leaner guy. I'm not really into bulky dudes. So and that's how most women are. Most women don't like bulky guys, which is why most women aren't like gooners for Thor or like the other like really big guys, you know? They're more like Loki is overwhelmingly like the most popular guy. And then Bucky is second with women. Captain America, when he had the beard, was really popular with women. Bearded Captain America.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like maybe it's just because of the outfit, because I think
outfit wasn't
I think
as
the
good.
I think the Infinity War costume is Captain America's worst costume. I'm just gonna say it.
It wasn't the outfit, but it was just the beard. He looked more like approachable and more.
I liked him better.
You know.
I liked him in like Winter Soldier, and
yeah.
I think the Avengers outfit without the mask is pretty good.
But like
that's like my
girls really are not because like here the classic here, and because we also have a lot of boys in the chat. Here, let me pull up the classic image of what is like the good like go-to explanation for this phenomenon.
The explanation for this phenomenon. She's gonna pull up another informational diagram, quote unquote.
I mean, it's not anything inappropriate. Here, let me pull it up. I have it. Shut the fuck up, dog.
Got that dog in him.
This is like the go-to to explain the taste difference of. I'll read it. I think the best imagery I've seen to explain the difference between what men think male objectification is to what women is Hugh Jackman magazines. Hugh Jackman in a men's magazine. He's shirtless and buff and angry. He's imposing and aggressive. This is a male power fantasy. It is what men want to be and aspire to be. Hugh Jackman on a woman's magazine. He looks like a dad. He looks like he's gonna bake me a quiche and sit and watch Game of Thrones with me. He looks like he gives really good hugs. Men think women want big, hulky, naked men in loincloths, which is why they always quote He-Man as male objectification, without realizing that He-Man is naked and buff in a loincloth because men want him to be. More women would be happy seeing him in a pink apron cutting vegetables and singing off-key 70s rock. Men want objects, women want people. That's like the best use of like explaining why, you know, the difference. Ryan Reynolds, I've never met a woman who wants to fuck Ryan Reynolds. That's just a y'all thing. I have never once in my life met a woman who is attracted to Ryan Reynolds.
Okay, but you can't, guys are not attracted to Ryan Reynolds because he's bulky and buff.
No,
and
I'm
shit.
talking about
People are attracted
personality
to Ryan
wise.
Reynolds'
Also,
personality.
I've still never met a woman attracted to Ryan Reynolds, even with his personality. In fact, I've met a lot of women who are like, nah.
That's fine. Fuck women.
Yeah, that's
Give
like,
him to
that's
us.
like, no,
Ours
take
now.
him. We don't want him. Go for it. we don't want him. They're attracted to the idea of it, right? I understand, right? Yeah, I can't understand. Ryan Reynolds, even with his personality, he seems like a cool dude. Maybe I'd want to be friends with him, but, you know. Fuck women, say less. Yeah, like, that's just like a good, like, when it comes to superhero movies, that's why, like, usually the guy, like, especially when you start getting into like the guys that are really like roided up and like like that's not, women aren't gonna gravitate towards that as they're more likely to for someone like Loki or like Bucky Barnes is kind of like the biggest women really are like typically really gooner for, like that kind of build is like really popular with women. There's also been a lot of women gooning for God, what's his name? Thunderbolts, the guy that's played by the dude from Stranger Things. The dad guy. I don't know his name.
Alexi? I know his in-character
Is that his name?
but I don't know his actor name. You're talking about fucking Santa Russian super soldier?
Yeah, a lot of women have been gooning for that guy as well.
I was about to say, I thought you were talking about like
I personally don't, but a lot of women have been also like, yeah, give me that middle-aged man.
What about Bob?
I'm gonna be watching it tomorrow. I bought the movie ticket earlier. Hell yeah, I've heard it's really good. Bob? I have to look up their names. I've seen a lot about him. I visually doesn't really like necessarily get me, but maybe if I see, I've heard he's kind of pathetic. So
He is.
Okay, then I might like.
Incredibly.
I like when he's just like. I did save an edit where he was just like a disfigured black blob on the screen basically, and you didn't see anything about him. That was like pretty hot.
Okay, so if you don't know, Bob is Sentry.
Yeah, I know.
And then Sentry is also the Void.
Yeah, the Void is, from what I've seen, the Void is way hotter than how he is, but
it's just him, but completely pitch black. What the fuck do you mean?
Because you don't see anything. It's the concept of a man.
It's the concept of a man.
That's like women like masked, like the masked dude thing, because it's like, it's just the concept of a man. You don't know anything specific about him. You don't see anything. It's just man, you know. As a background, I prefer muscular, confident women as a pan man and feminine men. Hell yeah, I respect that, Toasty. Bob from Overwatch. Man-shaped entity with a heart, yeah. Well, like, for example, one of a classic, a really popular one with women, one of my favorite tropes with horror fans is when it's the like masked dude like stalking woman, and like the women watch it and are like, damn, why, like girl, I would have treated him better. Like if
Looks at ghost face.
one of the easiest examples is like there's a movie called The Boy about like the porcelain doll. And then, like, it's not really a spoiler, the movie's like 10 years old at this point. You find out that the doll's not actually haunted, and it's a dude that lives in the walls, and he moves it around like it's haunted. And he wears like a mask and everything. For one, fun fact about that movie is when he first came out, he didn't have a mask on. The mask is actually digitally put on because in initial screenings, women thought he was really hot. And they were like, and he literally breaks out of the wall and like murders the chick's abuser. And like, so women were like, a hot dude just murdered my abusive rapist ex-boyfriend and I'm supposed to be mad at him, you know? So they put a mask on him to try to like creep him up a bit because they were like, I guess the actor's too hot. And it only made the issue worse because even more women then were like, oh my God, I get it. The character is Brahms, that's the character. Because he's also a pathetic, desperate simp guy. But a lot of women thirst for Brahms. Pyramid Head is thirsted after. Yeah, Pyramid. Okay, but Pyramid Head's like I feel like that's so like I feel like even like Pyramid Head is something that I think even most normies would like feel a little like okay, but like they just don't want to admit it because like he's like created in a lab to be hot. I mean, he literally represents James's like sexual deviancy and like resistant
He is
thoughts.
just a buff, muscular man wearing a massive triangle.
It's the equivalent of like a dude being like, hear me out, guys. The nurses from Silent Hill. Like, are you kidding? They're supposed to be hot. That's the point. James is a gooner. That's the reason why Pyramid Head and the nurses are hot, because James is a fucking gooner being punished. The guy from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there's a specific one though. A lot of women are attracted to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre guy, but there's really only one of them that I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm trying to remember which one it is, because there's so many of those movies.
Couldn't be me. I can't think of a horror character that I'm attracted to. Then again, I am the token straight guy, so you know, I'm the diversity hire.
God, what's that one guy? What's that one? Oh, it's so hard to figure out which iteration it is. What?
I haven't watched any of them, so I'm just gonna leave you.
No, I also don't really watch them very much, but I just need a list.
I just don't watch horror movies.
Which Leatherface is it that I know people are really into? The vampire mommy from Resident Evil. Yeah, Lady Dimitrescu is who you're talking about.
Okay, well, you know.
But like, she's just a hot woman. That's it.
That's just, yeah.
That's just a hot woman. I thought Heisenberg was hot. Sue me.
You know what?
It didn't help that I later found out it's voice acted by the same guy that does Astarion, so that was like, you know, extra bonus.
Yeah, you know, all the hot horror characters like Chucky.
God, which one is it? Oh, is it this one?
Well, to be fair, having more triangles than the whole of Resident Evil 1 combined is not too hard.
Yeah, it's this one. The guy from Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the beginning, that was the Leatherface that a lot of girlies simped over. And there was a lot of scenes, because he's like a really big dude. There's a lot of scenes of him
Mina,
like
don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat.
The chat?
Don't look at it.
You're not allowed to come to my Baldur's Gate streams, Addie. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna be romancing him, and he's in my top 3 favorite video game characters of all time. So he's gonna be there the whole damn time.
Oh my god, we talking about Baldur's Gate? Cause let's
Karlach.
give it to me now. I'll chug as many fire resistance potions as need be, please.
Karlach, I love her. She's so cute. Okay, I will say though, here's the thing. Astarion, I mostly like.
You like them traumatized.
I like them. Well, okay. I like the. I like this. I like a snarky kind of asshole kind of guy. But as someone who also has connections towards sexual assault and stuff, Astarion's story hit me really hard. And so doing his story was like, I also toasty cried because it was very. Ooh, it hit quite heavy for me. So Astarion's like character arc of going from like bitchy, like horrible asshole guy to, you know, what he later becomes felt very real for me. So that's part of it. Like Astarion's story makes me love him a lot more because it was a very personable story for me. If we're talking like straight gooner though, Halsin's also really hot.
Of course. What do you know? The Dilf Druid. What I guess.
He's not a Dilf.
He's built like a Dilf. The only reason that he is not a Dilf is because he does.
He's not a Dilf. He's just built. He's like 10 foot tall. He has abs and stuff though. Like I wouldn't describe a
He literally
10-foot
turns
tall,
into a bear.
I wouldn't describe a 10-foot tall hulking man as a Dilf build. That's not really what my mind goes to for Dilf build. That's just he's a large man and he's like, I don't know. He's not really like, I don't know. Like, I don't, like, he definitely is, like, nurturing and stuff, yeah, but he's not a dad, so. And he doesn't really give dad energy with the main character either. Like, if he gave, like, daddy issue fix vibes, definitely,
well,
but he doesn't.
But he's also the head druid of that entire place, and he takes care of all of them.
But he doesn't, he's just a caring, like, guy, I guess, but, like, I don't know, he doesn't give me the, okay, here's the difference. He doesn't give me the same, like, maybe it's just because of how my daddy issues manifest, but he doesn't give, like, for me, my daddy issues manifest for, like, a guy like Frank Castle or something, like, or Joel Miller, not sexually. I'm not sexually into Joel Miller.
You just like Dilfs with the trauma spice. You just like the trauma spice on everything.
And traumatic, and I want a trauma bond with a middle-aged man. Yes, that's what I want, Aki. That's what I want. Literally, Halsin is a fucking sex trafficking victim who's just like, it's fine because I out-freaked them. Like, bro is really well adjusted, and like, he's just a big dude, and I think that's attractive. He's one of the few big dudes that, like, it's very rare for me to like a really big guy, but Halsin is one of them that does it for me. I don't know what exactly, but something about him is like, no, I'm not saying that he's too, I'm not saying he's too stable in the sense of like, because like my boyfie is very stable. It's not about that. It's just, he's not I wouldn't, like, he doesn't read as like DILF in the sense of what I'm
Well, your boyfie is stable
into.
Unless you mentioned magic around him. And then he
turns but like, because I'm sorry, as someone who has like daddy issues stemmed from mental illness and a relatively abusive household. I'm sorry that I associated with men who can fit that freaking box for me, Aki. I apologize.
Listen, stop. I'm sorry. I am a mentally stable and completely rational human being.
And it's
sorry.
just a nice man. I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't hit for me because I don't register just a generic nice man as DILF because that's not father to me. That doesn't read as father to me. Just like when I see a nice lady and people are like, that's mom. And I'm like, I don't know. She's not like mentally abusing.
I mean, you know what they say. You can't be a VTuber without daddy issues.
And then there's you.
Well, yeah, there is me. I am like the one exception.
Are you saying I take on enough for the both of us?
Yes, honestly, you know what? Completely true.
He spends the arc saving a child and taking care of him. That was literally his childhood best friend. They were both children when they knew each other. So he doesn't see it like this is my son. To him, that's his child best friend that died. He doesn't see it like a son. He did not meet him like I'm positive that he knew him when he was young, and it's just Daniel died or whatever. Daniel got stuck, and so he aged, and Daniel didn't, and Daniel stuck as a kid. Daniel, that's his name, whatever it is. He doesn't see it as a child. He sees him as his like best bud. Like he doesn't see him as like a son.
You heard it here first, folks. You can't be a dad unless you got trauma.
No, you can be. It's just, it's not going to read to me personally it's not going to satisfy that itch. To me, Halcyon is just because to me, Halcyon just reads as a nice man, not because he's a DILF, but because he's just like a hippie. He's just like a hippie nature guy. Like, yeah. He's a druid. Like, he's a hippie druid, man. Yeah, he's going to be like a nice, like, Oak Father says, love thy neighbor. Yeah, that's kind of how he is, you know? Like, to me, that's just more of like a druid, like a high up druid kind of vibe, you know, than because the druid stereotype is basically Halcyon, so.
You just hate druids.
I literally played a druid.
I know.
The fuck do you mean I hate druid? And guess what? I fuck him in my playthrough. So do I hate druids?
Well, I mean, there is such a thing as hate fucking. So yeah.
Him and Astarion have a very nice throuple. Okay. Because also Halcyon wants to break that vampire's back, which is really funny. My favorite, probably two of my favorite things about the game is the fact that Halcyon is desperately down bad for Tav and for Astarion. That's really funny to me. And it's also really funny to me that Shadowheart really wants to get fucked by Karlach. That's also something that cracks me up, is how just much of a fail lesbian Shadowheart is when it comes to Karlach. So those two things really crack me up.
Karlach is the only character I
Shadowheart routinely goons for her, and it's really funny. And she gets really embarrassed about it.
Shadowheart 2 fucking tsundere emo for me, man.
Shadowheart's just my girl. Like, she's my girl. She becomes like my ride or die. But yeah, no, it's I like to headcanon when I play that
Lysel.
I don't like her either. Here's the thing, and people will make the argument of like there's like misogyny involved because people love Astarion, who's an asshole, but like Lae'zel's an asshole and people don't like her.
Because there's a difference. He's the classic fucking snobby vampire, noble, flirtatious asshole.
Yeah, Lae'zel is hateful.
Lae'zel is literally like, I will fucking kill you unless you prove yourself useful. And then randomly be like, oh yeah, let's fuck because, you know.
My thing too is that like Astarion will, like, if you do something he dislikes, he'll just be like, oh, you're boring or whatever. But Lae'zel will like get on your ass about it, you know? Like, he's more just kind of along for the ride. She's, you know, but also just because like since Shadowheart's like my girly pop, you know, chill the fuck out, bro. Like, chill the fuck out. Not too much on my girl, Lae'zel. Like, better sit your ass down. Will's probably my favorite. I respect the chivalry. Will is so cute. I love Will. He's so sweet. We love the chivalry, the truly just good-hearted man who's trying his best, who is willing to like give up part of himself. Lazel's story is pretty compelling. It's like watching a fascist realize that being a fascist is disgusting. You were lied to your whole life. Yeah, no, Lazel's story, from what I haven't done it yet, so that's how I plan on when I do my playthrough, having like, you know, every companion and trying to do their story, like, because I've not done the Kirch story yet.
And turning on the cock mod.
I just don't. I don't know, man. She's just not my vibe. Really, like, I like playful mean, or like puffy mean, like Shadowheart and like Astarion kind of mean, but like I don't like just straight up like kill yourself kind of, you know, like that's...
You should kill yourself.
Yeah, like that's a little... Also, I saw someone mention that they're a Gale lover. I think that might have been you, Toasty. I also love Gale. My thing is, I've tried to romance Gale, but...
And failed.
I just...
Because you're not a magic artifact
it's
and
hard.
or a man.
It's hard.
That was it. I didn't expect that joke to hit that hard.
Damn. I just like, for me, I really like Gale. Typically, like, to give context of Gale is a sweetie and he's really funny and I like him. He's cute. I just can't, because like Astarion just hits so much for me that like I can't not. Because here's the thing too, I love this specific vibe, because the reason too that I do it is because with Astarion, I feel like I like the way his story hits, especially from the ending, when you're going it from the angle of you're his lover, because it's like the person he chose to consensually be with, like comforting and helping him fight against his beauty. Like it just hits, you know? Gale, I've tried, but I just can't resist the allure of my vampire man. I like Gale when he's being genuine instead of when he thinks you want him to be. No, it's really, I think Gale's, I like Gale. I think one of my favorite interactions always in Baldur's Gate is when you get him out of the wall and he's like, can I get a hand? And you slap the shit out of his hand. I do that every time. It's so funny to me. I also think it's really funny when Halsin, like you unlock Halsin as a romance option and you ask Gale like about bringing in another person to the relationship, and he first is like, what, a child? Like I like that he's really smart but socially very stupid. I think that's rather charming. But I like Gale. Usually my party, what I do is it's me, Astarion, because I turn Astarion into a fucking nuke, Shadowheart into a life cleric and make her just an unstoppable force of healing and shielding. And then Gale is my magic boy primarily, and then I swap him for Halsin once I get Halsin, and I respec Halsin into a different druid subclass that gives him more spells, and I also respec him into strength more, so that I can have someone who can do more strength. I most likely will be doing ranger for my subclass as well, for my class as well, because Warlock and Ranger are my favorites. They did add Hexblade Warlock officially into the game, which is very tempting, but also they added Swarmkeeper Ranger, which is also very because I love Swarmkeeper Ranger. So that's just gonna depend on the vibe, but I'm most likely gonna do Warlock or Ranger because I like what I like.
That's cool. Anyways, chooses fighter. Nah, I'm joking. I actually played Paladin for I did Paladin for my playthrough of Baldur's Gate.
Also, we will be doing a Dark Age playthrough as well. That's what it'll be. So it will be a Dirge playthrough.
Dirge.
Dirge.
You know, I like some of the characters, but I don't love any of them. Of the Baldur's Gate characters, besides Karlach. Karlach is the only one. But like, I think Halsin's cool. I think Gale's cool. Astarion, you know, go girl go. But like, none of them are like favorites of mine. Maybe controversial take.
No, I mean, I get that. Like, for me, it's just like Astarion was just pretty nuclear. Am I gonna recruit Minthara? I have never recruited Minthara because I've never let the Druid Grove. I think you have to kill her as Dirge. Unless it takes a party member. I think it either takes a party member or it takes her. I think that's the only way. I don't think you can do anything else, unfortunately. Someone has to go. And she is very cute. I do like her. I will say, don't do any major spoilers for Dirge, because I have only ever done Act 1 as Dirge. I have not gotten further than that when I tried Dirge on myself. So don't do any big spoilers because I don't know enough. But I do plan on doing it's a rando or her. Then if it's gonna be her, if it's Lae'zel, then fine. But if not, then yeah, I will take losing her over losing someone else, unless it's Lae'zel.
Damn.
I will be doing the redeemed Dirge though, the resisted Dirge or whatever, because I really like, from what I've heard from people, I really like the sound of that storyline. And I think it will fit very well with the party that I'll be running, because then I don't do Ascended Astarion, I don't do God Gale, and I want to get a Selûnite Shadowheart. So I think it will fit very well. A random NPC. Oh, okay. Then I don't know. We'll see. If she dies, sorry.
Skill issue.
I mean, like, I'm sorry. Like, she is cute, but I don't... She's not one of my favorite NPCs, but she is cute. Emotional damage soundtrack, yeah. But, also, may or may not have have to save scum to get her. I also will say I am a save scummer. I won't be doing it for just like random stuff, but like, yeah, in combat, I'm gonna save before I do a really big shot because it's my fucking game. And I don't want to spend hours upon hours on one combat because I keep, you know, fucking biffing my rolls, you know. That's
just
not
rolled
very...
it the first time.
I'm gonna kill you. So yeah, I will be doing that.
It's a good thing you can't save scum in actual D&D.
Reality can be anything I want.
Uh-huh.
You know what, just for that. I do if it's like... I'll do my best for you, Addie, because you are my... you did destroy my sub count, so I will do my fucking... I will research what method to do to save her.
Or don't. And say you did.
I don't know, man. Addie gave me 300 subs, gave me 100 subs. It's like the least I could do.
Fair enough, I guess, if you want to be a sellout.
Yeah, Addie's also the one that established when I hit 300 subs at a time, I do the out of bullshit. Because fuck, if I'm gonna get $600, sure.
So the redeem for 300 subs is Ara.
Yeah. Because
that's kind of cringe, not gonna lie. But yeah.
because I was gonna do it anyways, of like when I felt that people did enough, because I was gonna be like, y'all have to work for it to make me do something like that, you know. And then they donated 300 subs to me, which is like $1,500 basically. But you know, Twitch, you know, I got like 650, I think. So I was like, fuck it, and I did it. And then I was like, I guess we should make a sub goal for it. And Addie was like, it has to
Okay,
be
but the
300.
real question is, do you even know how to properly ara?
I told them that I had never done it before, so it was not going to be the greatest. Also, I was in the middle of crying, so it also wasn't the greatest. But if it is dedicated that people want to do it, I'll fucking practice. I don't give a shit. In this economy, yeah.
Listen, it depends on if they want the proper, you know, mommy ara or whatever. You gotta lower the tone a little bit. You gotta kind of. I can't roll my R's, but if you can roll
I
the
can't
R's, roll it a
either.
bit. You gotta.
No, I would practice, but yeah, I was also in the middle of crying, so it also just, you know, it was pretty, it wasn't, you know, the I do, it was my first shot, you know, my first try.
I will ara for 100 subs.
Yeah, but like he's stinky. You don't want that. Give it to me.
Wow. Okay. I see how it is.
I love you, Lucky.
You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna steal your ASMRs and do them better. That lobotomy ASMR, I'm gonna publish it before you can.
It's fucked up.
I'm stealing your content now.
Wow. No,
Although I'm pretty sure
please don't steal all of my people. Please.
I was about to say,
I'm a poor
I think,
anime girl on the internet.
I think the male ASMR audience and the female ASMR audience are two very separate things. So
Yeah. Making people cry from happiness. Well, you did. Because I did a couple times even after when I remembered that. So, you know, you succeeded, Addie. I think I did probably like 3 or 4 times because of that. So congrats.
you know, I might also cry if you know some
Okay, you have to hit affiliate first though, bud. One step at a time. One step at a time.
Yap. Yeah, I'll do it in one day. Watch. I know that's physically impossible, but
no. Hi, Elflines. No, you'll do great, Aki. You'll
It's
do
good,
great.
Big A.
You'll hit affiliate.
Big Al, Big Fawns, Big Gartia.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was seeing what works, what sticks.
I will say, I'm working on getting a repo collab set up next week with Alphonse and Sadia, and since Aki is now debuting, maybe I can yank you into it, Aki. And
Bestie,
you can play with us.
you know, I'm a ride or die. You say
Exactly.
it, I'll
So
be
now
there.
we can yoink you in, and you can do it as well. And
Big Fawns is pretty good. You like
full...
that better than Big Al? Big Fawns?
Big Al kind of gives like Big Albert, so like don't maybe yeah.
Aki is just me for real. Yeah, maybe if you were cool, but no, I'm just ultra. I did say that.
Yeah, that's yeah. Here's the thing: you're gonna learn very quick is that Aki is a narcissist.
Listen, it's all for the bit. It's part of it's you know part of the character, part of the bit.
That's just you,
My
brother.
appeal.
Yeah, Aki is a narcissist. You'll learn that very quickly.
I can't help I'm amazing. Like.
Yeah, that's how he be like that. Roleplay.
Yes, I am indeed the goat.
Yeah, I can't wait for us to do like D&D streams.
I can't wait to do D&D streams. For those of you who don't know, I am a major fucking D&D nerd and have been the forever DM for Mina as well as a lot of my other friends. And one of the big things I want to do, if I ever got like properly big, I would want to do big D&D things like some of you may or may not know it, like World of Io or Unexpectables or stuff like that. That's my dream content creation stuff, is just doing my own fucking D&D world shit. So
And because I'm his bestie, I get first I get guarantee slot.
she essentially has VIP reserves to hey, Alphonse, you're also a fan of you know what? The more and more I learn about you, the more and more cool you are.
I've already said like Alphonse and Sheeta's also
From
a
everything
D&D
you have told me
fiend.
about Alphonse and Shiro, I need to meet these guys. They sound like they'd be good bros.
Sheeto is doing, he's fishing right now. He's on his fishing boy arc.
Missing his Digimon.
Yeah, we'll be able to do. Also, Sadiel is also a Digimon guy. I don't know if he's also into like some other stuff, but Sadiel I know is a Digimon guy as well.
What we should do at some point? We should do a Smash or Pass stream, and it should be with
not the Smash or Pass
Pokemon
Digimon.
and Digimon.
No.
Okay, but here's the thing. I think there are a couple of Digimon that I am more than confident you would smash.
Okay,
Mostly
are you
just
saying
because
that
there's
because
also
they
a lot
give
of hot
werewolf
Digimon.
energy?
Here, hold on. Let me show you an example of just a Digimon. Let's go with the most basic one that everyone likes. For people in the audience who might know, I'm gonna show her Angel Woman. So I want you to understand that people compare Pokemon and Digimon as being the same thing or being similar. They are fucking not. You know why? Because this is a Digimon. You want to know who else
That's just
is
a
a
woman.
Digimon? My goat.
That's just
Actually,
a woman. Is it
you
ethical
like
to own? Like, that's a woman. Like, you're owning a woman. Is that ethical?
Well, no, because that's the thing. It's not like Pokemon where they speak. They are fully sentient. They are actual like friends that you talk with and you care with. It's not like the weird pet shit that Pokemon does. They are living things with sentience that talk to you. And then my boy Gallantmon. We love Gallantmon. Digimon is like Pokemon, but cool. I'm gonna be completely honest, okay? Pokemon's mainstream, but
Oh, okay.
But fucking Digimon is sick as hell.
Then, like, who's the Digimon you think I would be like?
Well, if I'm being honest, there are also thousands of Digimon. So if there's
like,
a good couple of werewolf
is
Digimon.
like
Real quick, before I show you any other Digimon, I have to show you my personal goat, my favorite Digimon, the one, the only, the big man Omnimon. Shout out to Omnimon fans in the audience.
Before.
We love Omnimon.
He's got big steppers.
Big Steppas, really? Let me just search up werewolf Digimon.
Digimon is based off of Tamagotchi, is it?
It was originally a Tamagotchi thing.
Oh, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to ask my mom to get me a Tamagotchi for my birthday. Sorry, it's so random.
Actually, one of the games that I do want to play
night
on stream eventually is Digimon Stories Cyber Sleuth, because I love that fucking game. It's very nostalgic for me because I watched this YouTuber that people may or may not know named Kagi Films play it, and that was a long time ago. I think he goes by Sayu nowadays, but you know.
Oh, yeah. Also, oh my god, Swan, that's so crazy. I'll have to repost it because I think I saw it. Was it the format you do is really good. I might have to also put some of those on my Twitter. You're really good at this. I mean, listen, I'm gonna be so dead ass, Swan. I'm gonna be so dead ass. I've already like decided this in my mind that like if I can ever get like to a point where I have enough money to like have like an editor for like YouTube shorts and like clips and stuff like that, like, bro, you would be you're gonna be the one I default ask. So
It's Swan is truly your #1 fan. Even got me.
I'm inexperienced, but you're amazing. You've helped me so much. Like I'm very grateful that you choose to watch me of all people.
You know what? I'm curious what you think of this guy, because he is a dad. But I need to remember his fucking name. What is this guy's name?
Okay, good, because I like the Needy Shimmer overlay one too.
What the fuck is his name?
I also think it's so funny too. I love how you made Alphonse the demon. That's so funny. To be honest, I kind of want to make the Needy Shimmer one that you posted like my desktop wallpaper. Like I really like that one. It's really cute. It's the first time I'm doing this kind of stuff. It's so sweet. Yes, Swan and Ultra, you two are the OGs. So.
Basilmon. You might like Basilmon, but I don't know. You're not super into the goth aesthetic.
No, I wasn't super.
Or not goth. I don't know. You might like Basilmon, or he might be too much for you. But
well, let me see.
What's a good photo? I'm trying to find a good photo of him. The one that's not like too over. Ooh, you know what? This one puts him in a really good light. That is Basilmon.
That's not fair. Aki's a gym bro. He'll beat my ass.
Indeed.
That's not fair.
That's Basilmon. And then the best way I can describe Genkomon before showing him to you is imagine if Endeavor was an actually loving and caring father who looked after his child.
Okay, I'm enticed. But does it look like Dude Endeavor, or like Endeavor in the suit? Oh, he's kinda wait, I kinda like yeah, he's kinda.
Well, that's Basilmon.
He kind of gives the energy of a chimera ant from Hunter x Hunter.
You know what?
Which, like, I do want to fuck one of the chimera ants, so, like, checks out.
All right, here's... No, why are these all so low red? Come on, give me a good photo.
Go to the gym and outbro him. You guys... Oh, true, yeah, I'll just the Majima. If they're scuffing the edits and I'm part with Mina, wow.
Well, Scuff and Mina are like, you know, same thing. All right,
I'll just be like, Swan, I'll love you more than he can. Please, please, please,
here's
please,
an
please.
alternate form of him. And then, what's a good... What's a good art? Why is his crotch so...
Oh my god, he's giving, you know what he's kind of serving? He's kind of, his pose there is reminding me of Lee Sin from hit game League of Legends.
I'm going to kill you!
It's okay, to be fair, they do that for me too, Swan, so. I've downloaded whole VODs, and I did that last night. I downloaded a VOD and it got fucked up, so I have to re-download it. Because what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to upload all my VODs like after stream. But yeah, sometimes they just kill themselves, so.
I have never seen an art of a character so consistently have such a big bulge. Which is funny.
Okay.
But not what I'm... Okay, here we go. There we go. Genkomon. You might... I also know, though, you're a personality.
I have a personality.
Did some Digimon have some sick personality? Omnimon. And then some don't. But all the Royal Knights. I love the Royal Knights. Digimon's crazy, man. They got an entire Royal Knight system. They got... Digimon arguably better than Pokemon, I'm gonna say it.
I know a lot of people hold that opinion. I got in like season 6 fun memories, but I mostly prefer resiliency. I get that. I will say League is the only game I've ever played that's like a sweaty multiplayer game. and I only like relatively recently started doing like PvP regularly because I would do some occasionally, but I would mostly just like fuck around in bots because I was learning like different characters. I do Aram, which is just randomized character selection because people aren't very sweaty in there. I've tried ranked once or twice and I got told to kill myself and I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't like this. So I play Aram because most people there aren't mean because it's just kind of a free-for-all with random characters. Like there's a good chance you get someone that you don't really know, you know? Helldivers too. I'd rather kill myself, frankly.
I'm gonna say this right now. If you want her to join and play a game, you're not gonna fucking get it. I've tried Helldivers, I've tried Marvel Rivals, I've tried.
Here's the thing.
She ain't that type of gamer. She's a loser. She can't game. She ain't a true gamer.
Here's the thing. League, the only reason I like it is because there's a couple of the characters I really like, and something about the layout and the different movesets and how the quick game it's something about it just itches my brain. But I don't like to play games typically that stress me out. Like if League starts stressing me out, I stop playing it. I don't like to play games that stress me out because since I'm mentally ill, when I get stressed out, I start crying. And that's not very fun. That's kind of a vibe ruiner. So
Alphonse, you don't realize. You say we gotta play Marvel Rivals.
He's a Marvel Rivals guy.
Bestie. Top 500 quick match. Spider-Man right here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he's a Marvel's Rivals guy. I don't like playing games that stress me out because of that. So that's why I would not play like a Helldivers or things like that. That's also why I don't play like Souls games or things like that.
Actually, I made a YouTube collab sheet.
He's a Spider-Man man. He's literally is Spider-Man.
No. Okay. Yes. So here's the thing. This is lore that you will learn on my channel during my debut very quickly, but I am Spider-Man. It is not that I am a Spider-Man main, it is that I am Spider-Man. I am him in real life. I am him in the video game. I am him. I am Spider-Man. And that's just the truth.
Yeah.
And I have the photos to prove it, too.
He's a Spider-Man guy. You don't... Yeah. He don't play about Spider-Man.
Comics, movies, animated shows,
here's
video
the
games.
three... There's 4 characters that he does not play about. And it's Spider-Man, Goku, Optimus Prime, and Superman.
Yep.
That's his 4.
Big goats.
He don't play about them.
Truly, the goats of all time. Anyone can put on the mask. Yep, there it is.
Goku versus
Superman. My opinion is that the way that Deathmatch did their most recent Goku versus Superman is the accurate way that I would go. Because the reality is that comics are just fucking crazy and stupid. And Superman is the quintessential comic character. So there are comics where Superman is the strongest thing in the entire multiverse, yada yada, blah blah blah. But the big thing is that Goku and Superman would fight. Maybe Goku would lose, but at the end, they would have had fun and they would have acknowledged each other and been friends.
I don't really know anything about either of them. I'm not really in either of those franchises. But all I know is that they would like dap each other up after and like have a hug, you know?
Because here's the thing.
They would fight for fun.
If you really dig into any comic character, they're gonna have a random issue or a random run where they did the undoable. There's a fucking Moon Knight run where he solos the entire Avengers, including Thor, Sentry, all the other fucking Avengers. He just solos them just because he can. And he steals their powers. He fucking lifted Mjolnir because, quote unquote, Uru is a moon metal, and as Moon Knight, I control all of the moon, or whatever the fuck. Comics are crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it really just depends on, yeah, what run, who's writing it, because listen, my favorite comic book character of all time is Wolverine. There are certain runs that we don't talk about. Because also, there's no worse feeling than when someone that it takes in charge of a run of your favorite character does grade A character assassination for no other reason than the love of the game.
Mina, you are talking to a Spider-Man fan. There is no
Dude,
one
they
in the
literally...
world who knows that. You looks at the Amazing Spider-Man for the past, what, 5 fucking
Okay,
years?
did they do a
My
run where they
character
made
has
him
been...
a pedophile? Because they did that to Wolverine.
Yes. There's a run that happened there. There's also a run where he, Mina, you do not know about a comic character getting shafted if you do. When it comes to Spider-Man, there is no comic character in the entire history of comics that gets it worse than him.
I will admit,
every single fucking time.
I did not expect them to actually do Spider-Man pedophile, because they did that to Wolverine, and that was horrific, and I like to pretend that doesn't exist.
Spider-Man they have done everything to Spider-Man. They have cucked him, they have pedophiled him, they have made him give up on being a superhero, they have killed him, they have killed him again, they have made him racist, they have made him fucking kill himself out of depression. You have no idea what they've done to Spider-Man.
Spider-Man being racist is really funny to me, because what the fuck? What the fuck?
And fun fact, the cucking thing, that's a main timeline thing.
I was gonna, I feel,
that
to be
happened,
fair
the Paul
though,
incident.
I feel
in
like
fact,
that's
he has been
happened
getting fucked in the main timeline for no. You don't know. The Amazing Spider-Man comics, the Amazing Spider-Man run is the like main quote unquote continuity or whatever. Spider-Man has been getting shafted every single fucking for like the past couple of years. And it's just,
I will say, I feel like there's a lot of comic book writers who have cuck fetishes, because I feel like cucking has happened to multiple really big name superheroes. Like, cucking is like something I have seen occur a lot. Like, especially too, because unfortunate for me that one of my favorite, because I'm more of an X-Men fan than a DC or a mainline Marvel, so to speak, like treating them like, you know, X-Men and Marvel different just due to like Sony bullshit, whatever. You know, I also was a big Cyclops person, and, you know, they just decided to make, like, his entire character about him getting cucked for some reason, even though, like, Jean and Wolverine weren't really, like, originally like that. They just decided, like, we're gonna do some cuckolding. And, like, my opinion is that, like, it made Jean such an insufferable character and turned, like, one of the coolest female characters into one of the most annoying fucking people ever. And I think they should have just not been cowards and just made them a fucking throuple, honestly. Instead of spending, like, so much goddamn time being like, oh my god, whoa, oh my god. Like, I don't care, man. They're fucking superheroes. Just make them all fuck. Like, do we really have to do this middle school bullshit? Like... Can't say for a moment I enjoy the social issues they're addressing with mutants. I mean, to be fair, I love like that kind of stuff. I just get really annoyed with shit like that. What was up, Augie?
You want to know how bad Spider-Man has it? When you search up a list of the terrible things that has happened to Spider-Man, there are multiple different articles about the top 10 worst things that have ever happened to Peter Parker, and it keeps fucking going. And some of them aren't even the exact same. Even Google, from just, you know, when you do the basic search thing and then it says from sources of the web and it shows a bunch of random things, even Google fucking knows, because it showed 50 different things. And the thing is, Spider-Man's been cucked more than just one. Oh god, you don't even want to know the... So you know Harry Osborn, right?
That's
Green Goblin?
Green Goblin, right? Yeah, the guy. That's the guy that James Franco played, right, in the movie. The young one,
so,
where they were like friends, and then
well, no, there's there's Harry Osborn, which is the son of Norman
Yeah, that's the
Osborn, who is
son, right?
Peter's
He's the
friend,
young one.
and
Yeah.
then Norman Osborn is you know, the Green Goblin. He's
I'm not
the
into comics really, so I have to base things off of if I recognize him from the movie.
well, he was
So
in the Raimi films, but essentially there is a
okay, it's
run
James Franco. Got it.
where so Gwen is one of the love interests for Spider-Man that happens sometime.
Yeah.
It's between her and like
Black
MJ.
Cat. Oh,
No.
I thought that
Well,
was the
Black
thing.
Cat's a separate thing from Gwen, but yes, Black Cat
Oh,
is also a love interest.
okay.
There's a lot. Don't, but Gwen is essentially one of the love interests. She dies, and that's a central character point for Spider-Man. But there's a I can't remember if this is mainline continuity or another run. This might be. Oh God, we don't even want to talk about Silk. Anyways, I don't know if this I can't even remember if this mainline continuity or a different fucking run because of how much shit has happened to Spider-Man in the mainline continuity. But there was a time where Gwen Stacy, who was Peter Parker's current love interest, uh, where Norman fucked Gwen Stacy, had her have babies, then killed Gwen Stacy, and then
Wait,
raised the
Norman or
babies too.
Harry?
Norman. Norman.
Like actual Green Goblin?
Yes.
He's like so much older too.
Yes.
Ew. Ew. That's icky. I like old men too, and that just is so not the like impregnation fetish, basically. That's so weird.
You don't know the half of what fucking you want a good fucking Spider-Man run? Read fucking Ultimate Spider-Man. Not the old one, the brand new Ultimates Spider-Man, the Ultimates universe. Read that one because he and Mary Jane are married, they have kids, everything is fucking great. That's how it should be. Fuck Marvel. Justice for Spider-Man.
That's awful. Oh,
And we haven't even gotten into the juicy fucking details. You have any idea how many times this guy has died in just
yeah.
mainline continuity alone?
He probably gets a lot of like. Is it just like trying to do shock value or like?
I don't fucking know at this point because there was a
he's
time
like the fan
in
favorite,
there was a
know?
time in mainline continuity where Dr. Octopus,
Mm-hmm.
where Doc Ock was dying in his old body. So what he did was he lured Spider-Man in on his deathbed, and then he swapped bodies with Spider-Man and had Spider-Man die in his old rotting body while he took over Peter Parker's body and life. And you want to know the most fucked up part? He started being a better Spider-Man, a better superhero than Peter Parker. And not only that, but while this was all going on, no one fucking knew. No one could tell. No one figured out. Not even the Avengers. The Avengers literally confronted Spider-Man because he was acting different. They did scans, they did all that, and they didn't fucking find anything. And they didn't figure out that, you know, this isn't Peter Parker. And literally, it just... literally, it's terrible. And then Peter Parker he does come back. He comes back as like a subconscious that has to watch Doc Ock do all of this without being able to do anything. And Doc Ock ruins his relationship with MJ, obviously, starts dating another random individual, also ruins the relationship with Black Cat, because when he encountered Black Cat for the first time, he just fucking decked her in the face and then fucking
two
threw her in
baddies.
jail. Not humbled, fucking disrespected, and then not...
No, I said fumbled.
Oh, fumbled, okay, yeah. It's just... it's bad, man. That's literally only just one arc as well.
At least the movies are pretty alright.
Yeah.
You know,
that's why, like,
must
I
have
saw
been really
people...
happy about Spider-Verse.
Yes, it's been rough. That's why a lot of people were like, "Oh, why isn't Spider-Man doing anything about the about, you know, Sentry or helping out the Thunderbolt
Thunderbolts.
situation. And the thing is, like, do you really care about spoilers? I don't even know if this is kind of a
Some
spoiler. I
people
think they
haven't
kinda
watched
alluded it.
Thunderbolts in the chat and have said they're going to, so I wouldn't.
Okay, well, essentially, uh, people are like, "Man, why isn't Spider-Man helping out?" And then someone just posted a fucking clip of the shit that Spider-Man is probably going through, and they posted all the fucking traumatic shit that happened in the past Spider-Man movies, like, you know, getting run over by
Yeah.
a train by fucking
May, all that
Mysterio,
stuff.
losing Aunt May, etc., etc.
Well, so he's like, what, like 18?
Well, I think he's older now because he's in college now, which I'm glad they
Okay.
finally got him out of
They finally
high
put him in
school.
college.
Yes.
Thank God. Is the reason why every time something sad in the comics happens, we blame Spider-Man comic writers?
Yes.
If only I was gonna say, do you guys think they're gonna recast Miles Morales for the new one? I think they are. I think they're gonna recast.
As a Spider-Man fan, I'm about to say something that might get me crucified.
You're
I'm not that big a fan of
Miles.
Miles Morales
Yeah,
or Spider-Gwen.
I mean, I think that's just like fair. They're different people, you know?
Well,
Like,
also, you know what they're doing with Miles Morales in the main timeline now?
hmm.
So it turns out that Miles Morales isn't just another spider person. He is actually now the herald of an apparent, like, spider god, similar to, you know, the Black Panther god Bast. So now he's the herald of a god with, like, extra powers from that too. So now he's not even just a normal spider
Oh,
person.
you feel like they're kind of giving, yeah, they're kind of making
Literally
them.
every other spider character besides Spider-Man has some extra big thing about them, Spider-Gwen, etc., etc. And you know what they've done to what they did to Spider-Man? They took away his fucking web constructs, which was like the thing that made him cool. Like, you know, did you see the games or things where, like, he makes a web parachute or makes like a web hammer
Yeah.
and hits people? He doesn't fucking do that shit anymore because they took it away from him.
Well, because
Because it
isn't that
was
like the whole, like, don't they even, like, if it's what I'm thinking of, address that in, like, No Way Home, where, like, Tobey Maguire shoots webs from him and
well,
the
no, that's
others are like, wait, you don't do that
I'm
from your
talking about the
suit?
comics and stuff. Because here's the thing: Spider-Man has always shot webs from web shooters. That's always been a thing. The Tobey Maguire films are actually the only
Okay, but
time that he shot them naturally.
really?
Yes, it was all. It
Final
was
Fans.
farewell.
Um,
It was literally it was like one of the first and only movies and media to do it that way because
okay, so
everything.
if he shoots it from the suit, then what makes him, is it just, he's just a guy with a suit?
He
What?
has super strength. He has super strength, which is incredibly strong that people underestimate all the time. Durability. He has
Okay,
the
so
spider sense.
he got
He
other
has the
stuff
ability
from the
to crawl
spider
on
bite.
walls.
He just then got the
Literally
web
everything
thing to
else he
like
does.
add it, you know?
Yeah. The thing about it is that Peter Parker is supposed to be a really intelligent character, and so he made the web shooters and the web cartridges, and he made his suit, and he made all
Okay,
of
then
that.
I'm gonna ask, how did you feel then about basically like current Peter Parker basically being given most of his stuff from Tony Stark?
I kind of disliked it, mostly because the Iron Spider suit is just a terrible fucking suit, and they just will not fucking let go of that thing. But if you watched Spider-Man, is it No Way Home? Yeah, because Far From Home's the second one. If you watch the third Spider-Man movie, at the end it alludes to him being on his own and him making his own suit and stuff like that. So I'm hoping they go that full-on route.
Okay.
But it makes kind of sense in the MCU, but I wasn't that mad about it. But like the
Okay.
web constructs thing, that's something that he used to do in comics and stuff that he just doesn't anymore
Hmm. So
because
he just shoots
writers are
straight line
fucking stupid.
webs,
He
basically.
just shoots webs, so it's just like, you know,
Because
webbing
yeah, he
someone
was
up,
doing
tying
like kind of
someone
like
up.
Green Lantern shit, so to speak, with the webs.
Yes, and that was fucking sick. And then nope, Take that away from him. And then you know what we're going to do? Let's give all the other spider people who are clones, copies, or alternate versions of him cooler powers. Fun fact, did you know that Miles Morales can now make a fucking lightsaber with his Venom Shock? He
So
basically just has lightning
you
powers
just
now.
feel like Peter Parker got cucked and they're giving everything to Miles.
Yes, because the thing is, a lot of people would, people do versus things, right? And then people would always say, oh, Miles Morales versus Spider-Man. Miles has so many more powers. But the argument was always that, okay, well, while Miles has more powers, sure, Spider-Man has just more experience and knowledge as a superhero, as Spider-Man. And so people always say that Spider-Man would win because of that. But the way that they portray him in the recent comics is that they don't change his character. They don't let him grow. They don't let him fucking do anything. So he just constantly makes the same mistakes and constantly gets in trouble for the same mistakes and then constantly has to learn the same lesson that he learned like 3 years prior already. And it's just, you want to read a good Spider-Man comic, read read the current iteration of fucking Ultimate Spider-Man.
I think that with the new the Spider-Verse things, I think they're gonna recast Miles. And I'm gonna be interested to see who they pick for it. Because I think Shamik Moore has done too much damage and he does not seem like he's gonna stop anytime soon, especially I feel like after the recent success that God, I forgot her name. The girl had from the Sinners movie. That plays Gwen. She also plays Gwen. Because of her success there, and especially like seeing the chemistry she had with Michael B. Jordan on the Sinners press run and in the movie and stuff too. Everyone's talking about like, dude, Disney's probably in his fucking ear right now. Like, if you make one goddamn Instagram post, we're gonna we're gonna pull the goddamn plug. Like, I don't know. I don't really like follow any of that stuff, but I have like giggled at like the TikToks about him desperately being like Haley Seinfeld, that's her name, I think. Being like, it's really easy to play Spider-Man when you're Gwen so amazing, right? And then she's sitting there very uncomfortable. Like, please stop. I have laughed at those TikToks and I think they're very funny. I think it's kind of crazy that he basically got like such a guaranteed success role and he hasn't been able to do shit since because he's just fumbling by acting weird. Like, dude, just shut the fuck up and lock in.
Truly.
Like, you don't need to be doing this.
I'll be honest, I'm not a huge Miles fan, so it's not like that big a thing for me.
I think it'd be really funny if they fired him and replaced him with Michael B. Jordan. Just because I know he would be so pissed after seeing how the chemistry that Haley had with him in the recent movie and everyone being like, oh my god, they're so cute and blah blah blah. I think it would cause him to actually crash out and that would be really funny. I still think it's crazy that he was hitting on too like a Spider-Man actress that he didn't even interact with. Like, he was hitting on like Tom Holland's first love interest.
Oh, not Zendaya.
The other one from the first movie that he was in love with before MJ came in. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, they're kind of wild.
Like, you weren't even in that movie. Why are you going after her now? What do you mean? I like the dynamic more than him giving. I want to watch Sinners. Ugh, I'm so excited. I want to watch it.
You know,
really
another
bad.
reason the current Ultimate Spider-Man comic is the best Spider-Man comic? Because they made Peter Parker fucking hot.
True. That's always a benefit. That's always a big dub. A couple TikTok memes that came from the Sinners was nuts. Yeah, they're so fun. And I've heard the movie's so fucking good and Michael B. Jordan is so fucking funny. I've seen so many clips from the press run that have me giggling, so I'm excited to watch it. I've heard it's really good. I'm
Wasn't that the movie that someone said that like a director was upset that they fired their people because they didn't get to film the movie or whatever. I thought I saw that meme going
I
around
don't
of
think
like,
so, because Sinners currently is like playing, and it's about the vampires. Sinners is about
yeah, I think that is the one. I could have sworn there was a meme on Twitter of like, this one producer knew what really wanted this movie because he knew it would be good, and then he didn't get it, and he fired his entire fucking team
oh
for it.
I don't think that was Sin. It might. There is another horror movie coming out that that studios were fighting very hard for. Sinners could have had a similar thing. I know Jordan Peele is the main producer, and I mean, he could get anything he fucking wants, to be honest, in the horror industry at this point. But I wouldn't be surprised, because I have heard the script is really good. I wouldn't be surprised if there was also a similar issue with Sinners. There's currently another horror movie coming out. You guys might have seen the promotion related to it. It's there's one about like where it's like a bunch of kids like disappear from a town in like the middle of the night, and their promotion has been like showing like made like CCTV essentially that they've made of like kids like running down the streets and stuff at night, like leaving. That went kind of viral. I know with that movie, it was apparently a fucking bloodbath in terms of like studios trying to get rights to the script. Weapons, yeah. That was a big one that apparently studios were throwing around big fucking money for that script. And some people got fired because they lost the bid for it. So a lot of people have been keeping an interesting eye on the movie because of that. Because I think Sinners did have some people fight over it too. Because it's always interesting when you find out that like studios and stuff like that are fighting over certain scripts and certain directors and stuff. It always gives a little boost, you know, to hope, because you know it makes you think hopefully then the movie's quality is going to be good.
I barely watch movies, so
yeah, I did. I started watching a new anime with Boyfie that he's got me watching. It's another, like, he's already seen it, but he's got me watching it because I've never seen it. We started watching the only other isekai I've ever watched, which that I've ever like enjoyed so far. We're watching the Reincarnated as a Slime show. I'm
about to make a lot of enemies. I hate that show.
I tried watching tried watching it on my own when it first came out, and like I passed out like 3 times watching episode 1. Like the whole chunk where he was with the dragon, like I thought that was a fucking snore fest. And the thing too is I don't like, this is the thing of right, I can't watch most isekais. I fucking hate, the way I phrase it is I hate gamer talk in anime of the like the isekais where they're like, oh man, I have to check my stats and see if my levels can, like, I hate that shit. It's so fucking cringe to me. I don't like it. It stopped doing that once he kind of fucked off from the dragon. So I was like, okay, I can get past this. I'm at the point, we're still in season 1. Like it's not one of his like favorite shows, but it was like he just turned off brain and, you know, enjoyed it because it's just a pretty silly show. I'm at the point where like the Oni people have joined in season 1. And like, I like them. I like the show a lot more now that the Oni people are there because they're cool. Like, I don't really care about Remiru that much. I mean, like, I like the slime form because it's cute, but like, I don't really care about Remiru that much. And like, I just like the Oni people are cool. And I'm like, I kind of would have watched a show just kind of about the Oni people, honestly. But it's like, it's alright.
The only thing I will say about Reincarnated as a Slime is that one Veldora or whatever, the blonde fucking shirtless dude, he's cool. That's the only thing I will say about Reincarnated as a Slime.
It's it's just like I watch like an episode or two at a time, and we watch it occasionally. Like it's not like, my opinion of the anime has definitely changed over time though. I love Trigun way more now than I did. Yeah, it's like all right. Like I could definitely, like, he just likes it because he would just like turn his brain off and eat something, watch it while he eats, you know, like he treated like one of those kind of shows. And we just haven't started one of our like the peak shows we're watching because I've been doing testing some like brain stuff, and I want to be in a really good mood when I start that, so we haven't gotten back to it.
You know what we should watch? Windbreaker season 2.
I do want to watch that too,
peak.
but I have so much I have to finish.
An
Because
Apothecary Diaries.
because like my boyfriend mostly is like, most shonens I have watched is because of boyfriend or Aki. I mostly will make them watch like shoujus or joseis or like certain shonens. Like for example, I got my boyfriend watching Kuroko no Basket because that's one of the shonens that I actually really like and I watched on my own. I'm not really into battle shonens. Most battle shonens that I watch, or most like fighting shonens that I watch, are because of the boys. Except for like Black Clover, I watched that on my own because, yeah. But
Because you have Nami issues.
yeah, that's my dad. Non-sexually, Nami. But also it's
Or
Yami.
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I will say that, because like currently, if I had to say, I did really enjoy Windbreaker season 1, so I do want to watch season 2. I did really like it, though. I can't stand haiku, though. I'm sorry. I could not get into haiku. I tried multiple times. I just don't like Hinata, and I could not get into it. Like, unfortunately, I don't know, man. I'm not really into the kind of like, I don't know, Hinata, just like in my mind, he's in like a similar vein as like Deku of like character vibe, and I don't like that vibe. Like, I don't know. I found the other guy way more interesting than him, and I also just don't really care for sports anime trope of like, I'm the new kid who's having to work really hard, but I'm also somehow a fucking prodigy. You know, it's always like a dichotomy of like, I have to work really hard to be anywhere near the level of these guys, but somehow I'm also a prodigy never seen before, kind of, in a way. Like, I'm also like, I don't know, man. It's just not really. I prefer when it comes to sport. Here's my thing about sports anime.
Nagi. I think Nagi's a good.
My thing with sports anime is I prefer when everybody is already really fucking good. I don't want to see a fucking like, I don't want to see a training arc for a sports anime. I don't want to see it, you know. I like Kuroko no Basket, they're all goated.
That's crazy.
Windbreaker, they're all goated. Like Blue Lock, they're all goated. Like I like it because then there's very still clearly, yes, like Nagi and Shido and like people who are very clearly like, yes, this person is significantly above everyone else. But the other guys are still really good, you know? Blue Box, isn't that the artist one? The painting one? Or am I misremembering? There's a lot of blue named show. Giant Killing is cool because it's just what the culture of J League soccer is like in Japan. Blue Period. Okay. Let me look up what,
you know,
that
a
is.
sports anime that I don't understand how drastically, I guess you could consider a sports anime that I don't understand how it got so drastically fucking popular. Well, actually, I didn't understand how it got drastically popular until I saw a similar phenomenon on Twitter.
Is Blue Box basketball? If so, if it's basketball with a girly pop, I might watch it. I'm not into sports IRL, but I like sports anime.
Well, yeah, because it's just anime. Uma
Um,
Musume, the horse racing anime. I didn't
uh,
understand why people liked that until I saw horse racing tests on Twitter, and then I was like,
Also, you gotta
I understand.
realize the anime is really popular because it was a game that's really popular. That's why. It's a gacha game that they made an anime
No,
based
I
off
think
of.
they're making a gacha game
Unless
for
you're talking
it.
about, if you're talking about the horse girl one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a game.
Oh, okay.
It's a game. It's just now coming to Western servers. It's a because also like the Yakuza really love the horse derby game because they really like horse racing. And all the girls are named after actual horses too. So people who like horse racing, they get to, you know, like they
Imagine seeing people goon about your actual horse
racehorse.
on fucking line.
Half basketball,
But
half badminton, plays basketball. Oh, wait, that's cute. Okay, I like that then. Degatsu no Light is amazing. Anime that had me in tears. I will say, I tried to watch that one sports anime about the, what's it called? The fucking, the poetry one.
what?
Y'all will know what I'm talking. The one where they do, it's like the game where they have to do, it's like a poetry card sport game thing. That's like really popular in like certain areas of Japan, like older
Poetry
areas.
sports anime.
It is a thing.
Chiha Yafur?
Yeah, that one. I tried watching that one. I could not get into it because the female main character was pissing me off, especially because I don't like a love triangle. They're like snooze fest to me, and also I hate love triangle where they very clearly pick the wrong person. Because it's also like a half romance, like a
I like romance anime, but if a
age.
romance anime, I like horimiya romance anime where
Yeah,
it's
we
like
don't
very
like
clearly
slow
established.
burn.
This is the couple. It happens in like fucking episode 5 or whatever. It doesn't take 50 seasons for them to do a single kiss. And then even after that, it's only alluded to. I can't handle that slow burn shit.
No,
Fuck that.
I'm the same.
If
Like,
we're gonna be having 3 seasons of a romance anime, they better be fucking in the second or third.
you know, it's a really good and also really good romance that gets to the point. Kaguya-sama. Wait, not Kaguya-sama. I just read it. I haven't watched it. Yamada-kun is really good. Yamada-kun gets to the fucking point. They also clap cheeks in the manga, which is really cool. Shout out to them.
That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Literally, he's a fucking gamer on that demon time. Yeah, once he knows he's in the clear and he's got her locked in. Yeah, bro's like I'm gonna fuck your shit, you know, which like respect, that's how like it should be, you know. like once they both realize that like yeah, we're about each other like that, they don't do that. Like they just get to it, you know. Like that's what I'm about. I'm also like, I will watch high school romance because like sadly high school is just like the go-to for Japan, but college or workplace romance is more ideal for me because also just like, man, I don't necessarily like, I get a little bored when like the most like, I guess like you could phrase it as like spiciest is like, ooh, we get one kiss, you know, like I'm not saying they gotta be clapping or anything, but just like a little more sauce
that's what
to
I
make
am
it worth
saying.
it. Like,
listen, okay, if
Horimiya was good because they went for that shit and that was real.
Literally.
Because once you find out that your person is into you and like you got free reign, that's when you pop off, you know?
I cannot fucking handle Komi-chan. Listen, nothing against the art, nothing against the series, but like that's like slow burn times 500.
No, you know what's the real clap that I can't stand this fucking anime anymore because of it? Spy X Family.
Yes.
That's
Spy
not a
X Family
slow
would be so much
burn.
better if they just fucked.
That's not a slow burn. There's no fire. There's not a spark. There's not a kindle. There's not even wood in the fireplace.
Spy X Family, I watched season 1. I was like, sick. All right,
It
when
was
are they gonna
cool.
kiss? And then I look
They
at the
still
manga, and
haven't.
they fucking still haven't.
They still haven't admitted they like each other. These are two grown-ass adults. Anya and the little boy have had more romantic development than Yor and Lloyd. Like, kindergartners are getting further in their romance than the two grown-ass capable assassins. All right, like, get the fuck out of here.
You want to know something crazy? Goku made more romantic progress than Lloyd and Yor.
And he
in
doesn't
less
even
time.
comprehend.
And that motherfucker doesn't even... That motherfucker thought marriage was a food. That motherfucker didn't know what sex was until he had it.
There's not a thought in that fucking dude's head, and he still did it. They're probably both sociopaths or something. Doesn't care. You can be a sociopath and fuck, okay? You can be a sociopath and know how to put your dick in something, okay?
Well, another thing
need to do this.
Literally, they know that they have feelings for each other, because at one point, Lloyd does just straight up say, hey, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but we should be an actual genuine couple. And then Yor does the fucking anime overreact thing, and then...
My controversial opinion is Yor is a shit waifu. I'm sorry. I get people think she's physically hot, and people like the dichotomy of the shy girl that can also fuck shit up, but she's so fucking annoying. And at this point, she acts like she has actual baby shit for brains. Like, I'm sorry, I can't get over her constantly. Like, you're like a 30-year-old woman, and you're like, oh my god, I can't, oh my god. Like, grow the fuck up. I'm sorry. You murder people.
I will say that Yor is fucking hot as hell, but like,
hot,
yes, I cannot fucking take.
It's like season 1 Yor was fine. Season 1 Yor, I get it, but like outside of being like, and I'm not saying Midnight, the thing is like Yor just, I can't handle. She's gone from just being like shy and socially awkward to acting like, again, actual shit for brains. Like, it's so, I can't, like, you're like 30 years old, you know, like, you're not 17, okay? Like, funny, I'm a nice background, but valid, which made me so much better, but like, you don't got shit for brains, bro. Like, you're a grown-ass woman. You're important. Like, act like it. Grow the fuck up, you know? Like, it's really annoying to me that, like, like I get being flustered and stuff, but Jesus Christ, it's just so aggravating. And I don't understand at this point. I'm like, Lloyd, listen, I get it, she a bad bitch and that she looks good, but like, come on, brother, like, stand up.
The other thing is that, like, because Yor acts like that, maybe she has an excuse, but I think Yor is really the one holding it back, because I mean, like, Twilight canonically fucks. He literally seduces targets on the regular for his missions and poses as such.
No, she is holding it back. Because she does that bullshit every time where they get close, where she backs out and has a flustered freak out. How many times can you watch that?
Lloyd literally clocked it and was like, oh damn, I might actually be having feelings, and they might as well. And he asks it. And you know what stops that from going any further? From them actually, you know, confessing to each other? Yor overreacting.
She acts like a 16-year-old girl who's like never spoken to a man before. Like, it's funny the first time. Like, the first time he tries to do something and she overreacts, okay, that's funny, whatever. But the second time, it can't happen a second time. Maybe she didn't talk before. She's like a 30-year-old woman, okay, who's canonically hot as fuck, who literally, like, is a trained assassin. Like, come on. Like, she's not 17.
There's no fucking excuse. They have still not done anything in the manga, which is at, like, I don't know, 100 to 200 chapters right now. I
think it's on like volume 12, I think.
I also a trope that I absolutely cannot fucking stand in love anime especially, but really any anime is the fucking misunderstanding trope of
Yeah.
like when literally just a single word or saying something could change and make it not a
Their Spy
misunderstanding,
X
but then
Family
it
is on chapter 116. They haven't done anything. Not even a mutual I like you. That's the thing. If they were high schoolers, I would give them more credence. But like these are grown ass adults, you know.
I was about to say if they were high schools they would have more
It would be
lenience, but still
annoying, but
Horimiya
like
takes place in fucking high
that's what I
school
mean. It
and
would be
they
annoying, but
get
at
to
least I
fucking
would be
shit.
like, okay, yeah, she is. But like you're like she's like you're like 30. You're a grown ass woman. Come on now. Like when the actual like kindergartners are having better romantic development, that's when you know it's a problem. Like Anya is having better development with her fucking boy.
Slow
Is
burns are
27 years
the
old.
slow burns are the bane of my existence. Like, okay, how much do you want to fucking edge us here?
For me,
And just
like a slow burn is like if I'm watching like a slow burn, at least like if we're going like 12 episode anime logic, like most romances, if I'm going into something like I'm expecting a slow burn, I still expect something by at least episode 10. And that's if I'm going into it thinking I'm getting a slow burn, I want something by episode like 6.
listen,
I want
if,
the halfway point them to acknowledge at least that like yes, this is a thing. Like
if let's say you have a guaranteed 12 episode 2-season anime. So there are 2 seasons, 12 episodes. They better be a thing by the end of season 1.
they better be a thing.
They better have acknowledged things at least halfway through the season and made progressions there. And by the end of season 2, they should be fucking. I do not care.
Season 2, there better not. The only conflict
Season 2, they
better not be
kissing,
a
hugging,
misunderstanding plot involving another person, like a friend or something. Because I also hate when that's the only conflict people do. Here's also my hot take. I think slow burns are only interesting in period pieces or fantasy.
Yes, slow burns are only interesting when the reason that it is a slow burn is not because the two people
like
are like
apothecary
it's not because they don't
diaries.
know they like each other. It's because of the fact that they are surrounded by a bunch of other circumstances that are just
like Apothecary Diaries, great. What's the other? A Yuna of Dawn, great. Firefly Wedding, awesome. You know, stuff like that where it's like there's actual like other conflicts and reasons for why either they don't have the time or, you know, if it's like, oh, different class systems, things like that affects it. Like then it's like cool because then like there's a reason. But if it's a slow burn and you're in modern day Japan in high school, or like our quote unquote forbidden romance is that we're co-workers.
I was about to say, you know, a trope I absolutely love, and maybe this is just the knight man in me speaking. Knight and princess.
Oh, it's
yes,
so
the
good.
knight protecting the princess,
It's
and
so
then it's
good.
like it's forbidden because they're just a knight. They're not.
Dude,
God, so
dude,
fucking
dude,
good. That's slow burn I want.
Read Yuna of Dawn. Yuna of Dawn is literally bodyguard with princess. Oh, it's so good. And also, even though there's other guys, it is Hawk is the main guy. That is it. There is no debate. It is never once considered otherwise. Also, the female main character is actually really badass and a fighter and shit like that. And he teaches her how to fight and stuff, and it's really cool. But
ooh, you know another anime I liked? What's the one fucking it's the one romance office anime where it's like it's the group of 4 friends.
Wotoki?
I
Love
think
is Hard
so.
for
I don't remember
Nataku?
the name of it. Yes, I think that one.
Yes,
it's with
I own
like
the manga for that. Yeah,
orange-haired guy and the green-haired girl.
There's
and then
the main couple, and then the other two get together as well later on.
I love that. Yeah,
so
Wotaku
funny.
Love is Hard for Nataku.
That's the one where they do the scene where the girls
one.
Fujo out on the guy.
Yes. because it's like
It's
they
so funny.
don't as far as I know, they show a lot more for the other two than the main two,
Yeah,
which
the main
honestly I like the other
couple.
two more.
That's the
But still, the
thing.
main couple are like a thing pretty much. They
The
just
main
don't.
couple is about like they're pretty much already a couple, and then the side couple is like you're watching them get together. So you get the already established couple essentially, and then you get their two shit friends that also get together. So you get both aspects, which is really nice. And yeah, the other couple is like everyone's favorite. Everyone loves
The other
them
couple is just peak.
because their dynamic is really funny. Yeah, no, it's really good. I love. Yeah, it's so any like knight princess or like bodyguard, what just any like the like protector man with the chicken power that they're very clearly not supposed to have relationship due to like she's supposed to marry someone else, like that kind of thing. Always great because like
Shout out to if the way it starts is that the knight has a crush on the princess but is holding it back, and the princess doesn't like the knight. But as things start to go on, the princess is slowly developing the crush on the knight.
Aki,
That's the
dude. Yuna of Dawn, I'm saying, because literally to give context of Yuna of Dawn is old Japan. She is supposed to be.
I know this fucking.
She's
this.
been told like her whole, and this is not a spoiler, this happens in like the first 10 chapters. She's told her whole life she's gonna marry her cousin. It sounds weird, but like they're distant cousins and it's old Japan royalty. That shit's normal.
It's old Japan.
She's been in love
It's
with
old
him.
period. That's
forever.
also common like old royalty.
Yeah, she's been in love with him forever. He also is like in love with her, and Hawk is her bodyguard. And he basically what ends up happening is that her cousin ends up murdering her dad, the emperor, so that he can take over. And because of that, he tries to kill her as well because they need the living descendants to go. And she realizes that the man that she was in love with her whole life isn't actually who she thought he was. And she has to go on the run with Hawk, her bodyguard. And basically they're trying to build up like a sort of like resistance, so to speak, to try to go back and defeat her cousin, who was also the childhood best friend of the bodyguard. They were a trio. So it's hurtful for both parties. Hawk is in love with her, very clearly established. He just has always kind of hid it because he's not royalty. So there's no chance in hell. And she she deals with like, one thing too that's really good is she doesn't instantly love Hawk because she gets over her previous love and then she starts getting into Hawk. And it's so good. It's so fucking good. Also, Hawk has so much sauce. He's so fucking cool. He's him.
I've seen clips of this anime.
It's one of those, it's the unfortunate case of it came out in the time period where like shoujo josei was not as like, the anime wasn't as poppin', so to speak, and people have been begging for a season 2. Like people have been begging for on High School Host Club. I don't know if we'll ever get it. The manga is still ongoing to this day. It's really fucking good. It actually gets into like war strategies and shit like that. Yes, they are a couple. No, it's established. Like even in like chapter like I think because like they're on like 300s. Like the manga's been going on for like a decade at this point. I think like chapter like 30 or 40, it's like when it hits the point where it's like, okay, yeah, she's acknowledging that she has feelings for him. It's just like it takes some time because there's other shit going on. Like,
but I'm fine with the slow burn if it has like the slow burn reason isn't because we're just too shy to say it. It's also like I'm not allowed to love this person because it'd be kind of like politically problematic.
Yeah, there's other main guys that get involved as well, but it's very clear that it's never gonna happen between her and them, even if they like her. They also immediately upon meeting Hawk acknowledge that like, okay, yeah, I'm not that guy. Like,
I don't. You know what? I really
there's no like competition really.
I like when in romance animes,
And the guys
which I
become
think
bros.
Horimiya did very well, is that when it's like another guy gets introduced to either the main character or just the friend group in general, and then it's like it alludes to this person as like, oh, a possible another love interest. But then they either immediately get rejected or immediately recognize that someone else already has a crush on it, and they immediately go from, oh, this other
Mhm.
possible interest to, oh, I see you, dude. I got you. We bros now.
That's what happens in Yuna of Dawn. Because basically she's working alongside these other like really powerful dudes. Basically, you know, they're trying to blah 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 take back the country. Um, so most of them immediately like clock that like, okay, Hawk is him. He's the guy, and they like her, but they don't say anything about it, you know, because they know they're not him. The
Hmm.
one guy that is like, yeah, I'm into her and is like pretty vocal about it. He also knows he's not that guy, and like he just has like some bits with Hawk where like they like, you know, like they'll do the bit of like where she's walking in front of them and they're behind her like elbowing each other and shit like that. Like they do that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, he knows he's not him and he would still ride or die for Hawk. It's like all of the guys are very respectful, and she's very clear once she, you know, because also too, they also don't say anything because, you know, they know she's also just going through it. Um, Once she hits the point where she's over her past thing, she is pretty clear that Hawk is her guy. Like she's very clear that Hawk is her guy.
Something else.
She literally tells other people, like she tells the other dudes straight up to their face that like if Hawk wasn't alive, she would have probably just killed herself because she wouldn't have had anybody. And they were like, oh, okay, sick. We can't compete with that.
A trope I think I don't know if it exists or not, but that I just think would be really funny and that I would kind of want to see in a romance anime thing is like, you know, introduce a boisterous, flirty type character that's like, you know, oh, they're interested in the main girl. But then the moment that they get introduced to the main guy, they're like, oh, wait a second. This guy got sauce. And then they switch from flirting with the main girl to flirting with the main guy.
To be honest,
And then that's the whole joke.
there's kind of a guy in Yuna that does that to Hawk. There's kind of a guy in Yuna that like jokingly will like rizz up Hawk, and he's just like, yeah, really?
Because I sort of like the ongoing joke of in horror. I love all the, and this is another impressive thing about Horimiya. They introduce more characters to the main cast as time goes on, and I like all of them. Like,
Yeah.
I really like the introduction of the pretty pink-haired guy that had like,
Mhm.
you know, that had the crush on the blonde-haired girl, which is
Yeah.
like Horimiya's best friend. Like he comes in, she rejects her immediately. But I love that everyone else while doing this is like, damn, he's hot. Like even Miyamura, who's considered like the hot one in the group, he's like, damn, I'm hot. And even to me, he's hot.
Yeah. I I love in any romance anime or movie where they bring in like a competitor, quote unquote, and they
That
just
just joins
become
the
one
main
of the
cast.
homies.
Yeah.
Cause like I love that, especially bonus points if they become besties with the person they were supposed to be competing with. Like
Hmm.
I love when like a dude will come in to compete with the guy and he gets rejected and he goes fair enough, and then he just becomes bros with the main dude. Like I love that. It's so funny. I
It
will
is peak dynamic.
I will say like I'm I don't know. And the thing too is like, okay, do you read the Windbreaker manga?
No. Not so
Okay.
here's the thing. I've seen bits of it. I have not sat down to Windbreaker is a series that so if I watch a series and I really, really like it, then I'll read the manga. That's what happened with Demon Slayer. I watched the Rengoku movie and I was immediately like, I need more. And then I read the entirety of the manga.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah, that's
same
what I
with Blue
usually
Lock.
do.
Watched season 1 of Blue Lock and I was like, I need more. Read the manga of Blue Lock. Windbreaker is probably going to be one of those anime that I do. I just haven't yet because honestly, season 2 came out like
Pretty
really
quick.
fast, like pretty quick. So
I will say
what I usually like to do is I like to watch the entirety of whatever is currently out anime wise, and then after that, when there's like a big break until next season, then I'll go to the manga.
I think it's interesting because I haven't read the latest chapter in like 2 months, but past I was caught up. Okay, I think it's really interesting. I feel like Windbreaker has surprisingly, like, I think Windbreaker is really interesting for a shonen sports anime in that it has quite a large female audience. Because like outside of Haiku and like Blue Lock to a degree, I think Windbreaker probably has a higher rate of like percentage of girls than Blue Lock does.
Well, because all the men are fucking likable.
They're all likable because also you know how I can test how many girls are most likely in a fan base?
What? Yaoi?
Yeah, that's how I can tell. And like Blue Lock, because it's a bigger fandom, it will have like more, but I think like per capita, probably Windbreaker has a higher rate of girls because the difference too is Blue Lock has a lot of like surface level ships of just like, we just draw a yaoi of them banging, which is cool, like sick. But like Windbreaker has like fanfic and like discourse and like actual like ships that exist where they like most of their art isn't sexual, it's just like romantic, and I'm like, oh, that's how I know it's not just like Fujos who are getting off on it, you know. Focus a lot more on emotional intelligence and talking about fighting your sense of identity and what you believe in. Yeah, exactly, because I really liked Windbreaker, because I will say that's one thing I have noticed. I've just been noticing because Subaki, the feminine guy, is now in season 2. I know a lot of people ship him with the Ume. I know a lot of people ship them together, and like I've seen a lot of stuff that's like actually really cute. It's really cute, to be honest.
Okay, but Ume is just that guy.
He's that guy, but it's also just really cute. And like I will say, of all of the ships, that's probably the one that I think is the cutest besides what's his name? Fuck. He's got like the more feminine name, the main character. Sakura? Yeah, Sakura. Him and Ume's sister, I think, is also really cute.
Yes, him and Ume's sister, absolutely.
Him and Ume's, my like favorite ships are like him and Ume's sister is really cute, and then Ume and Tsubaki, I think Tsubaki is his name, is really cute as well from what I've seen people post. But God, I will be sad if Sakura and Ume's sister isn't a thing, because it's really cute.
From what I've seen in the anime so far, they've gotta be a thing.
I think they're implying for sure.
Literally, when Sakura was sick, she literally came to his house, cooked him shit.
Okay, then yeah, for sure. Because also, what I really hope is we get more.
Sakura is also just like
really likable.
Peak character,
so
peak shonen characters since like forever.
He's like, probably like,
he is badass, but also cute and embarrassing.
Here's the thing. I would say I haven't, because like for the longest time, I for like a hot while, Itadori was my like what I would say the most likable shonen pro tag had been in a hot minute was Itadori. I think Sakura takes the cake. He's so fucking likable, man. Like I've never seen anyone say anything bad about Sakura. And he is so fucking cute. Like he immediately, within an episode, I gave him son status. Like he's a cutie patootie, you know, like I want the best for him. He's adorable. I hope we get more bits about him and Ume, specifically regarding the fact that it's his sister, because I thought it was really funny at the end of season 1 when he found out that was Ume's sister. And I also just like seeing Ume acting like the whiny, like fawny older brother. Like that was really cute. I hope we get to see more of them being like siblings, you know, like explicitly, because I thought that was really cute. Seeing Ume act like really kind of like whiny and more like childish with her. Noah from Pyro Yakuza is a sunset for me. Well, yeah, he's a cutie too. Yeah, he's a baby. I think like,
You know,
huh?
a character in Windbreaker, there haven't seen much in the anime of yet, but has just really intrigued me, is the fucking eye patch dude.
Oh yeah, everyone likes him.
He just got so much aura. Man's is an aura farmer.
I will say, like, if I had to, like, I like majority of the main cast. There's really only like one main cast member I don't really like.
Blondie.
Yeah, I just don't really like that character trope personally.
Okay, but I
don't hate him.
understand that.
I don't hate him
Counter
though.
offer, but counter offer. In season 2, Eye Patch Dude is teaching him how to be a badass.
Okay, that's cool. Because I was gonna say, I don't hate him. I don't hate any of the main Windbreaker guys. Usually in anime, there's at least one character I hate. I don't hate any of them. He's just like my, like, if I had to vote someone off the island, it would be him, no brainer. And then like, I also don't really care about the pink hair guy. I just don't really care about him. Like, he's all right. There hasn't been anything about him yet that's like made me really give a shit about him. I really like, Sakura is my favorite. He just is. Headphones guy is cool. Like, he's just cool.
He has more stuff in season 2.
Yeah, because he's one of the higher classmen. I still think that one of my favorites is the captain, like Sakura's group, the one that fought in season 1 at the
one that fought Sakura, or
I don't remember. It's been a hot
enemy
minute.
captain, the guy with the glasses.
The like Sakura's captain, like the guy that leads Sakura's group and like is teaching him stuff.
Shark dude,
shark teeth guy. I really like him.
Well, the thing is, he was teaching them in season,
because he's like the upperclassman
in the first half of the season, but Headphones guy has actually kind of become Sakura's mentor.
Yeah, I really liked, yeah, the stomach medicine. Yeah, the guy that has to take anti-acid tablets. I really like him. He's one of my favorites. I really liked him. I thought he was really cool. So I really like that guy, and I thought his fight at the end of season 1 with his like old friend, I thought that was cool. I liked that story of him and his friend.
Like glasses guy from the enemy.
Well, everybody does.
Tagome.
Who the fuck doesn't like him?
I mean, fair. Tagome is just kinda...
He's so cool. Like, what the fuck? He's super fucking sick and badass. And then you find out that bro's actually like a sweetheart and a genuinely good person.
He's a traumatized sweetheart who's
like,
being the bad guy to save his friend. It's
like, it was so... And like Ume just aura farmed that whole end fight there, where he just laid there and let that let Luck from Black Clover beat the living shit out of him, and he just took it like a tank. He just aura farmed the fuck out of that fight.
Beat him with words.
Literally, he just laid there and just took it and was not phased whatsoever. Like, come on, man. Like, yeah, Togame is the coolest. I in my opinion, like, if I had to say like the coolest guy, I think it's Togame. Like, even just like personality, because also a controversial opinion, Eye Patch guy just doesn't really do it for me. Like, he's cool, but like, I don't know. Like, I guess it's just because like I've hit a point where I've seen that character trope so much that like they have to really hit the sauce for me to get like super, like, he's cool, but he's not in my favorites of the main cast. Like, I will say, I think his fighting style is the most entertaining for me to watch. I enjoy his fighting scenes the most.
How he was just flipping that one.
Yeah, because I really like fighting when it's done like either where the person is like doing like you know, like flips and shit like that's cool. Or also just where they take a more like either martial artist or just a more like artistic approach to it, because I think it's visually more interesting. So I will give that to him. But like everything else wise, like he's cool. He's just kind of like not really super like drawn to me. I don't blame you. I also love the older brother figures that watch over the little brother. It's so cute. Yeah, I do like I hope we get a little more from the long hair guy that's like obsessed with Ume, because he's really funny. And I hope that
Long-haired
maybe
guy who's... Am I...
the guy that beefs with Sakura because he wants to be Ume's favorite and he considers Ume like his older brother. And he doesn't like that Sakura's getting favorite son status because he's always been the favorite son.
Oh, I fucking, yeah.
He's really
Mr.
funny.
Brute. Oh,
The
yeah.
Brute. He's really funny. It cracks me up that Ume treats him like a dog. when he's like, someone insults him and he starts like, he's ready to fucking go and he has to be like, calm down.
Another thing that I think contributes to Windbreaker and Blue Lock's popularity together is every character looks good.
Yeah.
In both Blue Lock and Windbreaker. Like, I cannot, like, even the characters, like, the side characters have pretty good design. They
have good designs. Also, I will say, too, because, they actually, like, Blue Lock, which, God, I need to fucking get caught up. I'm more caught up on the manga than I am on the anime. With Blue Lock and Windbreaker as well, they put a lot of effort. Like, it reminds me, I guess, because like I've checked into a couple sports animes here and there, but it kind of reminds me of the sense of like Kuroko no Basket, in the sense that like a lot of the emphasis is just truly on like, I like how they do the dynamics of the boys. Because I could not get invested in Haiku really, because I for one didn't like all of the main cast, but also because it got to a point where there was like so many people and I did not end up caring for half of their dynamics with each other, that like I kind of lost interest. But they do a really good job with Blue Lock and with Windbreaker of giving everybody at least like, even if it's not like a super, like for example, not every dynamic is going to be as in depth as like Togami and his guy, but even something relatively surface level, at least they make it funny, or they do something to make it like interesting to watch, you know?
You just like, a sucker for Baru.
He's so hot. He's so hot and cool. Like,
I can't believe you like Shido. That was after saying you hate Shido.
I didn't like his design. I still like here, do you want to see what made me come around on his design unironically?
Him coming?
Well, that is his personality. I didn't know his personality before. I just didn't like his design. Unironically, when people made art of Femme Shido and they were like, he's a Gyaru, I was like, wait, now I see the vision. Now I see the vision of what they're going for, and it made me like his design more. Also, once I got into the show, considering how alike some of these dudes look, kind of a breath of fresh air. Because you recognize his ass. I like that he's a freak. It makes things interesting, you know? I like that he's just a freaky little gay boy, and I like that. Like, you know, it keeps it interesting. You know, when things feel like they might be getting a little stale, here comes Shido to talk about like impregnating the goal or something, and you're like, okay, yep.
There it is.
There he is, doing his thing.
And what do you think about him and Sai?
He wants that cookie so goddamn bad, and Sai is seemingly willing to give it to him. So, you know, Sai gives me at least bisexual, considering that he's enabling and seems, I don't know, man, the whole like keep your paws off me until you scored, like, bro's down with it. He really is. So, you know, all I'm gonna say is like, you know, we love two switches doing their thing. King shit.
What do you think about
gay.
IQ? What? Tell the judge what you think of IQ.
IQ?
The one actual man, the actual grown man of Blue Lock.
Oh,
The
my
one who
brain
says, "I'll
like
put a fucking
blocked.
collar on you," and
He's hot. Yeah, Oliver. Yeah, he's hot.
Oliver is a character I did not expect to like, but another character I didn't
He's
expect to like
cool.
is which this manga character, but they were teased at the end of season 2, is Kaiser. Kaiser
Yeah,
grew on me.
Kaiser seems really cool, especially lately in the manga. From what I've seen, he seems really fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
I like, so far what I've seen, I like how his development with Isagi is going. It's really interesting. They have a really interesting dynamic. I think I will say Blue Lock ships, because you know it's a sports anime, and sports anime is very homoerotic because sports is really homoerotic.
As
The
someone who has
only,
played sports for
yeah,
3/4 of his life, it is true.
and a lot of straight men treat sports as their only like outlet of expressing physical affection for each other, so it feels extra homoerotic. I think the only ships in Blue Lock that really hold validity in my mind is Sei and Shido, and then Nagi and fucking his boyfriend Reo. Yeah, those are the only two ships to me from what I've seen that I'm like, okay, yeah. Like, cause Nagi and Rio, that is just his boyfriend. Like, I feel like even straight men who normally don't like anything yaoi in their animes unanimously agree that like their boyfriends, like, literally had a breakup arc. Like, and then Shido and Sei, I mean, Shido literally talks about wanting to fuck him multiple times, and Sei's like, if you score. Like, Shido just is a very overt homosexual, and Sei is down for it. So, you know, like, there you go.
It's funny that Shido is like that, so overtly sexual, but if you going on purely straight stuff, the horniest motherfucker for straight stuff is the fucking ninja dude.
Which one is that?
Remember Ninja Dude? He has the green stripe, white hair.
Oh, Atoya?
He's sort of like, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a ladies' man.
Yeah,
he fucks bitches.
He also cheated on his girl. He talked about one of his, like, where he talked about, like, I guess in like a manga they ask like, what's your worst memory, and he talks about like when he was young he cheated on his girlfriend and she got mad and slapped him, and he cried because he didn't think that cheating was wrong. Because he thought, like, I'm just spreading my love and like loving more people. Is that so wrong to be enamored by beauty of so many people? Yeah, him and Oliver, like the womanizers, I'm pretty sure is like Atoya and Oliver. They're the harlots of the squad.
It's not Oliver, is it?
It's Oliver.
I think it was someone else.
I'm pretty sure Oliver is like.
I thought it was the other dude. I thought it was like the star dude from the U20 team, not.
Oliver is a harlot, I'm pretty positive.
I knew he did flirty stuff. Just, I know that he's hot.
He's not like a cheater or anything, but I'm pretty sure Oliver is
okay,
a womanizer.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember now. Because he invited 2 girls to, yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, listen, he's like, I'm 21 years old and down to do my thing, you know, and he takes his opportunity. Yeah, he's the womanizer of the adults, and then Atoya is the guy that goes around in the teen bracket.
How old is Kaiser?
Kaiser's 18 or 19, I think. He might be 17. I don't remember.
I thought he might be.
I think he's 17.
Older because
is he
he's
U20?
Like,
or is
he's not even he's from the Neo Egoist League, which is the next arc. He's essentially he is a professional player for a club or for like a
then because I was gonna say, of the Blue Lock competitors, Bato is the oldest and he's 18.
He is 19.
Okay.
Kaiser's 19.
So yeah, Kaiser, if he plays for a club, then he would have to be an adult. Yeah, because Bato is the oldest of the Blue Lock boys, and he's like one of, I think Bato might be the only one that is 18. There might be 1 or 2 others, but I think most of them are 16 to 17. Bato is like the only 18-year-old, I'm pretty sure. That's why like I was jumping for joy, cheering loudly when I found that out.
Actually, no. Apparently, well, granted, this has Neo Egoist League characters in it, so uh, they. But actually, no, it doesn't happen that far apart. Apparently, Baro's 18, Shido's 18,
Oh, I thought Shida
Karasu,
was
Crow
older.
Guy is 18. Uh,
But no, but
Glasses
I'm
Guy is
talking
18.
about the Blue Lock boys, not.
Those are the Blue Lock boys.
But like not the like I'm talking like the OG group, not the guys that come in
Oh,
and see. I'm talking like the OG lineup. Bato's the
of the
oldest.
OG group.
I'm pretty
Yeah, because
positive.
Isagi's 17.
Yeah, because once season 2 and the other guys come in, yeah, Karasu and the others, yeah, they are like 18, 19-ish. I did think Shida was older though. I thought Shida was like 19 or 20.
Chiguri's 16? Interesting.
Because I think Rin is one of the youngest. Because Rin's 16.
Yeah, Rin is 16.
Yeah, he's like, that's why he like unironically like acts really young. Like when I found that out, immediately it was like, oh, cat simp, that's a baby.
Nagi's also 17.
Yeah, Nagi's, I think Bato might be the only.
Yakamaru, Bachira,
Because
17.
Kunigami is also 17.
Kunigami is also. All the main the main characters, quote unquote, are 17.
Yeah, Bato's the oldest until the other guys come in for season 2. And then I think of the main lineup, I think Oliver is the oldest, because I think Oliver's 21. Of like what people tend to now I kind of associate as the main lineup. Obviously not including like the mentors and things like that.
Oh, Oliver's 19, apparently.
Oh, he's 19. Never mind. Yeah, I forgot. Because yeah, the whole thing
But
is
he's
people
still
think
an
he
adult.
looks older than he does.
He does look fucking older.
People, yeah, that's like a bit that they do is like.
Aiku and Kaiser are the same age, which granted, Kaiser's just a pretty man.
Yeah, Kaisu's a pretty boy somehow. Despite his family. Like the whole thing is like Kaisu's father is like disgusting looking. And somehow Kaiser is like canonically like I think Kaiser's canonically the prettiest.
I mean, yeah.
Like he's like the whole thing is he's like the pretty boy prodigy, I'm pretty sure. So I think he's canonically like the prettiest. Is Bato the biggest of the dudes?
I
know one of the I think the glasses. Oh, Kunigami, yeah. I forgot. And then I think glasses, like the other glasses guy is like pretty, like the circular glasses. I think he's also pretty big too.
Who? Oh, no. He's not as big as Baru or them.
Okay. And also when I say
circular glasses
big,
guy's thing is
and when I say big too, I'm meaning like bulky, not just like height. Because I know like Gabby Maru and stuff is taller.
He's actually a speed type, not a power.
Oh, okay. I only remember seeing him vaguely, so I don't. Okay, so then yeah, it's probably just Kunigami.
It's definitely Baru, Kunigami, and IQ are the biggest ones.
Okay.
Well, actually, there is one other person, but he's not really a main cast. Herbivore dude, you know, the one dude that was on Rin's team that was like number 3 during the first game with like Bachira, Rin, and Isagi versus the tall dude. You know who I'm talking about?
No, not from that description.
He has like the buzz cut. Baru was like, what the fuck is up with this super strong herbivore? He was pretty insecure. I don't blame him. He was the skittish guy. This guy. If you
the scared guy that would lock in. Yeah, I forgot about him. You know who I also really like, who just doesn't get any attention, sadly?
Who?
Rachi, I think is his name.
Raichi? He gets a bit more attention in the manga.
Because I know he's like one of the like best defensive guys, isn't he? He's like a defensive player.
He just harasses you.
Wish he'd do that to me.
I wish he'd harass me.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's also. Because I remember really liking him, and I like the fact that he like
Well, he's
punched
a
the
Bakugo.
shit out of
He's
that
a
guy.
Bakugo like.
Exactly, and I like the fact that he punched the fuck out of that one guy in season 1 because that was so deserved. I was very reassured that someone just straight up punched the fuck out of him because that guy deserved it. And I was really hoping we wouldn't just have a like, let's talk about our feeling. Nah, man, some people deserve to get clocked, and he was one of them. Yeah, all I know is, listen, Badu is also, I think Badu also takes the cake as one of the only like really big dudes I'm into. So he's like, especially in like anime guys, he's like one of the only really big guys I'm into. It also is a bonus point that he's voiced by Junichi Suwabe, so.
Nanami is one of the other big guys.
Yeah, but Nanami, I wouldn't put Nanami in the same bracket as like, I don't know. Like, they definitely buffed him up season 2, but he's still like, yes, he's above average built.
What about
but,
Toji?
Like, Toji I would put as like big guy status with like Badu, and like, yeah, they are like anomalies, but that's because everyone's into Toji. Nanami, they definitely buffed him up, but they also put him in a really tight suit that's going to accentuate more. But like, Nanami didn't look like super big. Like, once, like, for example, like comparing to when like the unfortunate incident with Mahito happened and you could see him like shirtless. You know, he was just like above average built guy. He just had big arms, really. He wasn't like all around big dude, you know? He wasn't like a super bulky big guy. Also, I liked Nanami even when he was dehydrated in season 1. So I was in the trenches defending myself against people who said that season 1 Nanami was unattractive. So when season 2 happened, I was like, y'all are some fake ass bitches. Like, for example, like another, like when I could think of like big bulky, like think of like, you know, like the JoJo kind of like there's only one
Yami.
bulky JoJo guy that I think is attractive, and that's Old Joseph. I don't want to fuck Yami though. Because Yami is my father.
That's right, because you have trauma.
Yami hit father status, just like, for example, I can't objectify Joel Miller from The Last of Us because Joel Miller hit dad status in such a way. Yami did the same thing. They transcended the father issues straight up to dad status. So same thing with Wolverine. I can't object Wolverine because he hit dad status. But yeah, Yami, I went into the show thinking that like I would be into him, and then yeah, I father bonk. There is like some Black Clover characters though that I am attracted to, but they're not like big bulky dudes, so you know, they're lean guys.
The only Black Clover character I know is the one, yeah, chick that you said I liked.
She's literally made in a laboratory for you, bro. She's also unironically the strongest character, basically. Like, she is her, and tomboy muscle mommy Ginger.
What can I say?
She really was made in a laboratory. Uses fire abilities, like
fire,
she fights
ginger,
with her
buff
bare
woman,
hands. She throws hands for fighting.
It was sold.
She just clocks the fuck out of people. Yeah, she is her. Mary Leona is one of my favorite female characters. She is her. It's really funny in the Black Clover manga because outside of if you take Yuno out of the equation, because Yuno currently is on some crazy shit, it's basically her and Yami are constantly going back and forth between who's the number one invert in the meta for the strength. It's like every time one of them like surpasses their limits, they overtake each other, and then like nobody else except for Yuno is close. Because which I will say, my possible controversial shonen opinion is I like when the main character is not the strongest person in the verse. I don't like when the 15-year-old is the strongest person in the world and everything rests on, like, I get main character thing, but like Come on. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. I like when, like, it's the way I liked JJK before Gege decided to ruin it, was because I liked that Nanami and Shoko and Urahime and Gojo were all like very capable and strong adults. And Yuji actually, like, it made sense for him asking help and like needing assistance because he really didn't know, which was good. Yorichi from Bleach, yeah, Bleach. Yeah, another bad bitch.
Yoichi from Bleach, just ignore the harassment. And,
Yeah, if you just ignore her doing some kind of pedo-y shit to Ichigo, like, peak, I just, I have to tell myself it was early 2000s anime, you know? I think she stopped it after a while, but like it was early 2000s anime, sexual harassment is kind of par for the game. Sadly. They had to nerf her somehow. But yeah, also a baddie. Yeah, but you're totally right. Yeah, she was a baddie. It was very awkward because I've only started recently watching Bleach, so I didn't watch it when it came out. So when I'm sitting there watching her flashing her coochie at Ichigo, who's like 16 years old, I'm like, oh, this is very weird and uncomfortable. I don't like this.
A fucking anime that I remember very fondly that I always get fucking flash banged whenever I try to go back and look at clips of it and stuff because it has so much more fan
Soul
service than I
Eater?
ever remember. Yes, Soul Eater. I
Yeah,
remember Soul
we've
Eater being
talked about
peak
it.
fucking fight scenes and
Everyone
stuff. Then I go
does.
back and it's tits.
Listen,
Underwear, underwear, tits.
I mentioned that my boyfriend got me because he loves Soul Eater, because he loves that creator despite his goonery, because he does make some really peak concepts. He does. And we rewatched it. It was so fucking. We made it through 3 episodes and we had to stop because it was that bad. And my boyfriend basically had like a breakdown because he did not remember any of that shit. Everyone always thinks it's only the cat girl, and she's not even the worst of it, man. Like,
what I always remember, I just remembered the sick ass fucking fight scenes.
Everyone always thinks the fan service was only the cat girl, and it's not. It's even the fact that the manga is even worse is so crazy. Like, he draws Maka straight up naked in the manga multiple times. Creating when it's hard to make gooner behavior a major point in the plot of Fire. You literally, like, I just say, like, he should just make a hentai.
I literally cannot fucking watch Fire Force purely because of the fucking
cat girl.
Because of the fan service. I think the fucking the one fire teacher or whatever, the mentor character, he's fucking sick as hell.
Are you talking about Obi or Benimaru?
Benimaru, the strongest guy.
Yeah,
he's fucking sick as hell.
I don't think he's a mentor,
Arthur.
But
yeah, he's pretty much like a mentor.
I thought he was just kind of. I think he's more like a Toji. Like, he's just kind of doing his thing. Like, he's like the lazy guy archetype. I don't think he's really. Obi's the main captain. He's the more mentor one, I'm pretty sure. But
regardless, he's cool. And then I like Arthur. Arthur's the only other character that
here's
I really
the thing
like.
that sucks about Fire Force. I'm trying to watch it with my boyfriend, and I'm not even kidding. Because he forced himself, because my boyfriend's way better at me than doing cognitive dissonance to ignore stuff. He is literally going through and like checking what are like major points to like just skip me through to avoid the cat girl. It's also crazy because she's 15 years old. And so, like, of course, it's pedo-y as well. And it's crazy to me because it's like,
from what I've seen, it's not even like comparable to Soul Eater.
She just falls out of her clothes.
She literally just slips and her clothes fucking explode
all the time. Yeah, and she's a child. It's crazy too because there's literally the tan big titty Dami mommy character, and it's like, you could have slutted her out. Why'd it have to be the child? Like,
okay.
It could have been her and Benimaru oiled up fucking, but no, it had to be a kid falling out of her clothes 2 seconds.
I will say, I was better at cognitive
dissonance.
Words. I was better at ignoring fan service like earlier in my life, but it's gotten harder now. A series that has atrocious, like pretty bad fan service in it, but is actually like if they remove the fan service would be a fucking is just fucking banger anime that I watched that you would not fucking expect is Chivalry of a Failed Knight. And if you search that up, you're gonna be like, oh, this looks
No,
like some gooner
there's
shit.
a lot of
But
instances of those kind of shows. Like there's been a couple that, like, for example, something that I really wanted to watch is I really wanted to watch the Skeleton Knight show, but I couldn't because my boyfriend was even like, you would really like the main character. But here's the thing I will say, one of my least favorite tropes in all of especially fantasy, is the most abysmal at this, is we have to show the main character is a good guy, so we're just gonna have him stop rapes happening all the time trope. Because, like, I get it, you're showing he's a good guy, but it's also like, okay, we have to victimize a woman so that he can come in and be the savior and we can pat him on the back for being a good person. Like, don't get me wrong, yes, he is a good guy for doing that. But you're also like, you don't need to victimize a random woman on screen to show he's a good guy. Especially because in, like, Skeleton Knight, it happens multiple times. Because I also don't like the trope of, to show a group of people are bad, we're just gonna have them do repeated rapes a la Berserk. Because it's like, it gets to a point. You know, I don't like showing it and then justifying its existence of being like, well, but the main guy stopped it. It's like, okay, it's still unnecessary. Like, it's uncomfortable to watch. It's always going to be like, especially if it's to a main female character, it's a really traumatic thing that 99% of the time they never address again, and it never affects her, even though it would affect her. And it kind of only exists to, like, suck the main guy's cock of being like, see how good of a person he is. That's why, like, I'm very picky with how anime like that portrays sexual violence, because most of the time it does come off that way, and it's really unfortunate because I'm not against sexual violence in media. It's just, it's usually handled in a very, like, selfish, self-fulfilling way instead of for what it is, you know? And a lot of fantasy and isekais do that.
A fantasy isekai that was really a really good take on the genre and then just evolved as the seasons went on is Shield Hero.
Like, Shield Hero
season 1 Shield Hero,
everyone
maybe
says
even season 2
was
Shield
really
Hero.
good.
Season 1 was amazing.
I will say,
as the seasons went on, it started to just devolve into classic isekai fantasy harem, unfortunately.
Yeah, because I was interested in season 1 of Shield Hero, especially with my boyfriend. He told me that, like, he doesn't, like, even though people ship him with the Tanuki girl, he doesn't really see her like that. Because, like, I thought, like, it's kind of weird once I found out that she was basically kind of like a kid when he had, like, found her and stuff. Like, I was like, that's kind of weird to want them to get together. Like, I get her being in love with him, but, like,
he doesn't really show much, like,
yeah, I like that he's not into it. I just think it's a weird ship that people like champion.
In, like, season 1, I think even season 2, if I'm remembering what season 2 is,
had no business making his children his love interest. Exactly. Like,
yeah, is it season 2? I think if season 2 is essentially when it starts to go downhill is when he starts traveling to other fucking countries, because at that point, because there's not that stigma that existed around him, the whole point of Shield Hero was that the Shield Hero is the worst. There's this stigma, and then not only that, he was set up to be hated and stuff like that. But
once his homies join the crew again, it gets real bad too.
But then I haven't, like, watched too much of it, but I'm pretty sure the way it progresses that he goes to another continent to help with things. But besides that, it's like when he goes to the other continent, I think they do a flip of it of, like, on the other continent, oh, the Shield Hero is actually, renowned as, like, the best hero. And then it just, like, subverts, I think, the expectation that was already... It just undoes everything, and then it devolves into just fucking harem isekai again.
I hate harems. I don't even really like reverse harems either, really. Especially, like,
Harems,
the thing with
period,
Shield
are
Hero,
stupid.
it's like, and the thing, when I say like I don't like that people ship them, here's the thing. I completely understand why Tanuki girl is in love with him. Like it's not like I think it's totally valid for her character to like be in love with him, because I probably as well. I think most young people, if an attractive person did, like I think that's a normal thing. Like for example, what I can think of is like cause like I prefer that, like for example, like with Overlord with Ainz, where Ainz treats like everyone outside of Albedo for the most part, he treats kind of like his children. Even if they're expressing potentially romantic interest, he just sees them as his kids. I don't think that the main character, like he does seem to treat her like that, but I think because she has feelings, the fandom is like, yeah, they need to end up together. And I'm like, I don't know, that feels like weirdly incestual. I don't know, like, I hope they don't. They probably will. I mean, they probably will, especially since they also, like, one of the main cast members now is just, you know, a canonic pedophile who routinely makes sexual advances to the child in the group, which is really fucking weird and uncomfortable. Ugh. I don't know, man. I remember everyone saying that season 1 was so peak, and then it just devolved so quickly.
It did, unfortunately.
It
A
even-
way cooler route they could have gone with it is if, because they also make the other heroes either completely unlikable or just useless in order to try and make the shield hero look better. And something they were trying to do with season 2 that I think they should have just kind of committed to and done in a way better way is that the spear hero, the one that was like the worst about it, they were actually like trying to redeem him.
Bro,
and I think that would have been a
it's
really
so funny
cool
because he just
thing to do
becomes a
if he wasn't.
pedophile.
Yeah, if he was just remove that, have his entire have his
Leaned
thing
into
be
it
he
more.
was have his thing be, oh, I was the asshole character, but now, you know, I'm trying to slowly learn the error of my ways. Nope. Just
They had him straight up try to fuck that little chicken girl on multiple occasions. It's so bad.
And you want to know something? Him wanting to fuck the chicken girl is the main thing it's his main turning point for not being an asshole to the shield hero, by the way. That is the main reason why he's being less of an asshole.
They're trying to say his pedophilia is gonna be good character development.
He's literally trying to, because
is making him a better man is what they're trying to do.
Yes, literally, it's like he wants to be viewed. He wants the shield hero to look at him positively because the shield hero is basically her dad. So he's basically trying to get her dad's approval to marry her, and that's why he's being a better person.
Oh god, shield hero.
And then they did a weird thing with like
his skull in.
With like the I think it's the bow hero. It was either the bow hero or the sword hero. They did a weird thing where because like the bow and sword hero weren't as bad as the lance hero. They were sort of just.
I know the spear guy's the worst.
They did a weird thing where like apparently the bow hero was like feeling like he was something that was somewhat compelling of like he feels like he's the useless now, like, or wasn't strong enough to do what needed to be done and to help people. And so then he goes down a weird ass evil route, but then they just do it terribly. It's like they had so many good things there they could have done, and then they just were like, slop. Or isekai slop.
It's also like, here's the thing too. Not every anime needs more than one season. I'm really annoyed that like shoujo and josei, we get 12 episodes max, and like if we get a season 2, they're like, this is all you get. Like, I'm amazed Apothecary Diaries actually got a season 2 because of how often we don't. Versus like shonens and seinens can release like the most actual harem slop isekai bullshit and get 48,000 seasons. And it's like, not Shield Hero. Maybe Shield Hero just didn't need more. You know? Not everyone needs to go that long, you know?
So something that I think a lot more people could learn for everything, for all types of media, actually this revelation sort of kind of came to me about D&D stuff because I'm obsessed. But
Mm-hmm.
like I've been in a lot of D&D campaigns, run a lot of D&D campaigns. I've also done a lot of role play, both in text and VR. Yes, I'm a fucking nerd. Don't worry about it. But the ones that I look back to, because there are a lot that are just like using VR role plays as just an example. Those bitches just keep going. It is like imagine an isekai power fantasy anime that just never fucking ends and just goes one thing after the other. And something I found is sometimes people with D&D campaigns, they do like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of episodes of a D&D campaign. Like Unexpectables, they do that. But in Critical Role, they also do that. But it's very hard to do that efficiently. And something I found is that campaigns, role plays, and just stories overall that I like the most are the ones that came to an end, that had an ending that just stopped. Like, I think Critical Role wise for D&D campaigns, I think the Exandria mini campaigns are arguably better than like campaign 3 currently. I don't really care about campaign 3.
Yeah.
Campaign 1 was sort of cool, but I like campaign 2 was my big one cuz I love Caleb Widogast. Caleb
Mm.
stand all the way. But like I wasn't really interested in Critical Role when they started campaign 3 or anything like that. And then Brennan Lee Mulligan came in and did Exandria a Calamity and I was like, "Oh my god, this is fucking peak." And then every other small mini campaign that they've done that has had a conclusive ending was also essentially people need to learn to end shit and not just propel it on for infinity. Endings make things much better.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just really scared to end something. Also, hello, Kesaf. I think I agree. I like it could have been good. If you aren't gonna make it good, don't bother making it. Yeah, I think also here's the thing too, when it comes to D&D content as well, it's a little difficult because I think there are some campaigns that I feel like could go on for like a long time that could be really fun for the players, but not as fun for a viewer, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I think a lot of what we do in like your mainline game is stuff that's really fun for us, but I don't think necessarily a lot of that could be fun to watch as an outsider outside of main story. And most campaigns aren't just pushing main story, obviously. You're doing side things and things like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of cases where there's some campaigns that like it's really fun for them, so obviously they're going to keep doing it, but it just might not be that fun for viewers to watch. And I think that can be an issue with some Critical Role stuff. Like I think Critical Role campaign 3, it's very clear that they had a lot of fun with it. It just wasn't as interesting for people who aren't in the position of playing it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Versus like, I think like, and I've mentioned before that we do like a JJK campaign. I feel like our JJK campaign would probably be like, if people watched it, probably the most interesting, in my opinion.
I was about to say, I've been
because
kind of
it's an
modular
easier,
with the way I do
more
it.
streamlined story.
Yeah. Magnavirum, which I'm fine with saying the name of it because I
Okay.
might rant and I might do Magnavirum stuff.
You can even do like prepping and stuff.
Yeah, but I've been debating I might not stream any Magnavirum stuff because like you said, I think Magnavirum isn't really a watch experience. Not as much
Yeah.
as, which is why my plan for D&D campaigns is to focus on just like mini contained mini campaigns of like 10 to 20 sessions of a theme of some sort, like superheroes or fantasy.
If you do that Castlevania series, baby, you gotta hit me up. I'm not
Listen,
even into like the vampire. I'll get into it, man. I want gothic vampires. Sign me up.
Listen, you are probably always going to be one of the first people I come to
Also,
for
like, I will,
campaign shit.
when it comes to like campaigns too, because also here's the thing, and I have mentioned this already before on stream to people. I don't mind doing campaign. Same Swan. I don't mind people, especially because Swan is our VK guy. If you know what VK is,
Nope.
VKEI. It's the Japanese rock subgenre. Malice Miser, very long hair, tight clothes, Lolita, frills, makeup, that whole shit. He's really into that stuff, so he's gonna be all about that. Yeah, you're also a goth guy, so when it comes to like, especially because like despite us, like we have some we have very different media that's important to us. Like for example, I'm a Lord of the Rings person. You're like a Transformers guy, you know, in terms of like really important media that you're passionate about and stuff like that. I do my best to like, I've watched Transformers I've watched some of your Doctor Who stuff with it. Like I try my best to like be updated and like knowledgeable on my friends' subjects, and you do the same as well. So like I'm also down to like do things. Like I don't really know Castlevania that much because I don't think I could handle watching Alucard get victimized consistently just due to personal things. But
God,
beautiful.
but Trevor's so fucking good, and
That's-
Silva's so good,
That's my
and the
only
series is so
thing.
good.
Is like I feel like it might spiral me a bit seeing Alucard.
Listen, just skip the episode.
I don't know. But like I would be interested. The only thing, like for example, like are you cool with me mentioning other ones you've done that are finished?
Yeah.
Okay, like you did like the Pacific Rim
one was streamed. Like
yeah.
one of my players did stream that. So
yeah, like I would not do that because like I just know I wouldn't be into it enough to like
the Pacific
do it.
one, specific like something like Pacific Rim is a very specific niche.
Yeah,
I even made
like,
an entire new system.
I wouldn't be able to do something like that, but even if it's like I don't really know like Castlevania stuff, I'll fucking learn Castlevania stuff to be a cool cunty vampire. Like, yeah.
So the thing is, what the campaigns actually are is because I'm planning on focusing on small short campaigns and just like mini series essentially of 10 to 20 sessions. It's probably whatever the campaign is probably going to be determined by the players that I recruit, because I'm going to be honest, I'm down to fucking DM almost anything. Okay, fantasy, sci-fi, fucking we want to do a fucking Blue Lock campaign, we can do that. I'm down for most other things. If we want to do basic generic fantasy adventure, easy enough. Grab some maps, get some quests, boom, done. We want to do a fucking edgy cyberpunk thing, easy enough. I just want to fucking play D&D. I'm an addict. I'm a D&D addict.
To be honest,
I also
like,
want to be a player in D&D, but I know that is far less.
Here's my thing too. I've been thinking a lot about like how I was doing campaigns and stuff, and like I've been doing a lot of reevaluating and things like that because I'm really new at running stuff, and I still haven't been like, I've been a player for like 2 or 3 years now, but it's not as long as most of the people in our D&D group, like you or my boyfriend or whatever. But I've been thinking like a mix of like how, like, trying to figure out what I think would be the best, like, because like here's like what I've been learning as I've been trying to do this one is like, I think the thing for me is like, unless it's something I'm really passionate about, which for me, I think the only campaign I've made where I've like, of the ones I've been working on ever that I felt really passionate about that I think is my Otome one.
Please, I miss Goabe, please.
So like, and my thing too is like, the reason that like with the current one I was working on that like I mentioned it relatively early that like, hey, I'm gonna try to do this and stuff like that, is because I was hoping that would kind of help push me to deadlines, you know? instead of just like getting sidetracked and like, I'll work on it tomorrow, I'll work on it tomorrow. And like, I have been working on it and I have quite a lot done. Like I have maps, I have NPCs and stuff made and stuff like that. I just have not had the, like, I have the main plot and everything. I just have not had it in me to run, like, at all. And I think too, because like, I think maybe it's like the mental illness in me or something, but like, I kind of like, you know this, Aki. Everyone who knows me well, and even chat probably at this point has figured out this about me, that I bop around from interest to interest, and I get into phases of like what I'm obsessed with. And so because of that, like, I'll start working on something, and then by the time I'm like happy with where it's at, I'm no longer interested in it, you know? And so like, what I honestly think, like, Winds of Destiny was the name of my Otome one, is like the only one that I found myself going back to, even when I'm not particularly, because I'm just really passionate about Otome games and that kind of stuff. I think honestly what I might just do is, I think for me, like, and Winds of Destiny worked because I got everything together for it in like a week and a half.
I was about to say, because like for my plan, I'm not gonna put in the amount of like effort that I put into. I'm not gonna do, like, the mini campaigns aren't gonna be Magnifirum.
Because here's the thing,
Magnifirum, I have fucking documents of, I have all this shit done. The mini campaigns are gonna be closer to JJK, because being honest, the biggest thing about JJK was just making the, like, you know, the grade system, the power system. Besides that, I just found pictures, thought of ideas, boom. That's it.
Also I will do that, Swan. I'll send you some. I can actually just like make like a channel or something where I put some in for people who might want that. So it's all there in one place. I will say that, like, I think for me, the best way that would go about it is just, hey, I'm obsessed with X thing. Give me a week to crunch and cook, and then we can run it until we don't give a fuck about it anymore, you know? Because like I've tried now like twice doing, I guess you could say, the traditional D&D route of world planning and blah, blah, blah.
Long-form campaign.
And also just the amount of like effort being put into, like, and I feel like that sounds kind of bad, like making it sound like I don't put effort into the other one, but just like, you know, with Winds of Destiny, most of the shit was just stuff that I have written that I know in my brain. It's not like maps and assets and blah, blah, blah.
I will say this.
Like,
there is a lot to Magnifirum, and I did make documents for like materials and stuff, but lore-wise, all of the lore is up in here. I have not written it fucking down.
Like,
I just know the lore.
I just get into moods and I have to strike while the iron's going. And like, for me, so I think probably just the best method that's going to be for me is just like outside of Winds of Destiny, whenever, because I do want to get back to that. And honestly, that's part of the thing too, of like, I kind of want to just go back to that. And I feel bad because like, I feel bad for the other two individuals, you know. But at the same time, like, I don't think they'll really give a shit, you know? Like, I think at this point they kind of know. And that, like, because I'm taking a long time, might as well just kind of rip the band-aid off, so to speak, because I think, like, I've been trying.
DMing is not an easy thing.
I've been trying my best, and I just can't.
I am just built different, and I say that a lot jokingly, but I do also just have a really good mental fortitude.
You're into really more, like, because, like, here's the, like, because for me, I think just, yeah, I'm gonna be more outside of Winds of Destiny, but I think that's the only long form one I would do, and even then, I still have, because I would do it a Tome style of, like, chapter 1, chapter 2, of, like, I could break off and stop and come back when I'm
that's my
again.
plan for if I do a long form campaign as
like
well.
I think for me, like, what I'll probably, because I do think it would be fun to try to run stuff, you know, for stream and things like that, is it would just be, I'm obsessed with X thing, we're gonna do 10 sessions maybe at the most or whatever, and just play through. Maybe
I mean, you could even
shot.
do just like, because like Exandria, the thing is, length does not determine how good like
Yeah,
Exandria Unlimited and Exandria Calamity are like anywhere from 1 to like
because honestly,
1,
like,
3, 5, or 8 sessions,
okay, because
but
I was
they
gonna
were some of my
say,
like
like,
favorite shit.
honestly, I would love to do just like a 3 to 5 session kind of thing.
It works. It's just
Okay. Because
the thing
also,
that
here's the thing
the thing
too.
that the thing that
Hey,
made Exandria Unlimited, like Divergence and Calamity, so good is that because they were short campaigns, what they did to, because normally in long form campaigns, the player characters don't really know each other and they form the bonds with each other over time. But the
yeah,
way that Exandria Unlimited, Divergence, and Calamity both sort of circumvented this and were able to almost every episode was story, story, story. So there was like no sort of lulls. It was constant action, which was pretty nice. But also, all the characters already knew each other and have known each other for like years. So there's no need to
okay.
build dynamics. The dynamics
Because, like,
already existed.
yeah, because, like, for example, a thing too is I would really like to do like horror campaigns. And that's not something that is a long form thing.
Mhm.
Really. Like mystery, sure, to a degree. But like I feel like horror campaigns is like a 1 to 3 session kind of thing. You know, like just because also like 1 to 3 sessions, because even if like scheduling, you might have to do shorter sessions, you know. But like that's not something that I think survives well in a long form sense, because you
Mhm.
stop being spooked or it just feels drawn out, you know. And that's the thing too, is like I have a lot of, because like I used to be before I majored in poli sci, I was actually a creative writing major, and my specialization in my creative writing department was I focused on horror and short story horror content. That was what most of my assignments that I did were. That's kind of like my bread and butter, so to speak. So I mostly come from a background of shorter, like one sitting kind of stories, or like, you know, a small book, so to speak, not not a warrior cats level series. So
So the thing about D&D is that
also I don't
long form long form campaigns is the most common thing of D&D, but I like World of Unexpectables does a lot of long form campaign.
Mhm.
Uh they have like 100 episode things similar to Critical Role. But World of IO does like 10, 20 sessions and then it's done. And sometimes if it's like a main series campaign, there'll be multiple seasons. So season 1 is 10 to 20 episodes. Once that's done, move on to another one, then come back to it later. And that's how they do long form stuff. But they do a lot of short form stuff as well. But I think that the best way to do D&D is the way that you find it fun. Because some people are down for the ride, like me. I am down for the ride.
Yeah,
I am just an addict,
because
honestly. I will
like
play I will play a one session one shot. I will play a 50 session campaign. I just need to
because I will
do
say,
it.
like, because also, like, one of my OGs is Crimson Bruce, and he does, like, D&D content. He runs games for other HoloLive members. He also does, like, D&D, like, prep streams and stuff, and, like, world building streams and stuff like that. And, like, Sander, one of my other OGs, also, he's a writing guy. He does, like, writing streams or writing prep and stuff like that. I think like I always thought like it would be fun to do like stream where it's like, hey, I'm gonna do a D&D this weekend or whatever. We're doing a prep stream, you know, where it's just me working on like behind the scenes stuff or whatever, you know, like not anything spoilery, obviously, but even if it's just like, I don't know, like that kind of stuff is really interesting to me, you know, like that kind of content. And so sometimes when I watch like Ruse's stuff, I'm like, damn, this kind of makes me want to like get back into it. But that's been my only thing. And I think it's just a matter of like, I'm still new at DMing, so I'm still really trying to figure out what I like. Also, I think this is also something I've realized since I've tried, because I've tried Fate, I tried Pathfinder a bit, and then I went back and I've tried 5e. And I did 5e, tried Pathfinder. I did not have it in me to learn at the time. Went back to 5e for what I was last working on. I don't think I would want to do 5e as my main system, honestly.
Listen,
I kind of just want to run Fate.
You like Fate?
I like Fate.
So here's the thing, for people who don't know what we're referring to, because
you're better at explaining.
I would say it's not it is a tabletop role-playing game or system, but I wouldn't say it is an extremely popular one.
No.
Definitely not to the likes of D&D or anything like that. It is called the Fate Core system. And what the Fate Core system is, it's essentially it's nowhere near as statistic and number and roll heavy as D&D 5e. There's not stats with it is far more built for story, for flavor text, and for character than it is for statistics. There's no classes, there's no builds. There's a skill system, and essentially these skills will be the things you roll. However, there aren't set skills. There's not like persuasion, athletics, intimidation. These are, the set skills that exist. What skills exist is determined by the DM and your character, depending on how your DM wants to run it. It could be that you all have the same skills and they're just at different levels. Or it could be that depending on what your character is, you might have a skill that another player doesn't. Like if it's a cyberpunk campaign and one of you is a hacker, you might have the hacking skill or the technology skill. And the gunslinger doesn't have that at all. They have completely different skills, like a marksmanship skill. And then the big point of it is that your stats, quote unquote, are a reflection of your character before anything else. And so there's also core character aspects you have to make of your character. And these can be both positive and negative core traits of your character. And depending on how well you play them, or if you wish to, like, let's say you had the aspect of you're a kleptomaniac. And so you guys are trying to sneak through something, and if you grab something, an alarm will go off. But one of your character aspects is that you're a kleptomaniac. So you decide to, despite knowing it would negatively affect the party, play into your character and you steal something. The DM can reward you with a fate point, or you can say that you are invoking your aspect of kleptomania to steal instead of doing the optimal thing. And then they'll be like, all right, I respect you for playing your character. You get a fate point, which is essentially not inspiration, where in D&D you get an inspiration if DM feels like you played your character well or you did something cool, and you get to re-roll. No. A fate point is you use a fate point and you get to determine how the story plays, how that action plays out. You essentially get to turn the story in your favor how you want it. The caveat for this is that every time you use a fate point, the DM also gets a fate point of their own that they can use to turn the story back in whatever way they want. As a DM, you do not need to use these. It's sort of more of like just a pseudo balance system, because technically DMs have infinite fate points. You can really do whatever the hell you want in the story. But the big thing about it is there's no rule sets. There's no like, you can only move this far, you can only do this attack or anything like that.
Like,
it's your skills are what your character would have, and you can do pretty much anything. It's just up to the DM to decide what you roll for it and how it plays out.
For example, chat, if I ran, which this is the system I like, which is why he's explaining it, because he's a better explainer than I am when it comes to technicalities. I did a Isekai Otome game, which was a old school Otome, like I'm talking like samurai style Otome that you would have played like in the early 2000s. And it is that the main cast get isekai'd into it. And in the classic otome fashion, they end up having to, you know, help the people, and their romance option is someone that they pick out of a line of bodyguard options, because that's how most of those old school otomes were. You picked a bodyguard and then you romanced your bodyguard. For this, because of I use this system, what I would do is for each, like, the players had their own sheets where they had their own skills, which, like I said, some of them were, they had like a set list of what everyone had, but then they also got an extra one that was related to their character, and it could be what they wanted, and they could rank them however they wanted. Because of it, the main characters did not fight. They did not have special abilities. They could physically fight, yes, but they would not be able to do like magic cool samurai shit like, you know, the other people, because they're not from that world. They don't have that, you know, ability. So I would play the characters of the bodyguards. And what I did was I made abilities for each of them. So every single bodyguard had different abilities that they could utilize. And for example, like the character that Aki was romancing, Kawabe, was a staff. She fought with a staff that she used, and she was a very agile, very like tactician fighter. And so her kit was based around the fact that she was incredibly intelligent, and she could like take in the situation and basically give advantages to other people, because, you know, she knew what she did. She was a monk, basically. She was a monk girl. So she was really fight heavy, versus like another romance option was a girl that was very stealth, a guy as well. There was a guy that was very stealth based. He was like an assassin. He could basically like camouflage himself and stuff that other characters did not have that ability to do whatsoever. That was him and him only. Another character was this really big brutish guy who basically like, he could basically do like the barbarian thing of like allowing himself to become like over with his rage and like fight with it to get immense strength bonuses. Other characters couldn't do that. They could still, yeah, get angry and fight, but it's not a ability, so to speak. Brutish, not British. So they're Asian.
Brute.
Brute.
B-R-U-T.
Well, I guess he could be Asian and British, yes, but you know, yeah, brutish. He was big tough samurai guy, you know. So because of that, everyone was very customized. And like, for example, in our Jujutsu Kaisen theme, because I've talked about my character a couple times, June is my character. Her whole thing is she fights using like shadow. Her abilities are related to shadows and things like that. None of the other players have relation to shadows. Some of the NPCs that are people related to her use shadows, but no one else in the party does. You know, it's not like D&D where everybody has a class and is like, okay, well, we're both fighters, so we do basically the same shit except for our subclass and like what weapon we choose to use, you know? Or, oh, we're wizards, but we're different, you know, you're evocation and I'm not, you know, things like that. There's no classes, there's no nothing. It's literally just what do you come up with as your character's abilities. Which I like because it can make things more customizable, because that's kind of my thing with D&D is like, I have a couple classes that I really like, but I've kind of played them and done what I really like with them, and it's still really fun if I can make a character that I really like, but because of that, when it comes to D&D, I'm not really into combat. I will still play it, but I will not enjoy it as much as I will just straight roleplay, because it's not as customized, so to speak. I mean, it is for us in that we do a lot of homebrew stuff, which is not base game. It's stuff we find from other sources or make up. But it's still, you know, following the system, versus with this, I enjoy combat way more in this system because I've created these abilities, or I've created them with Aki, and he gave input of what would fit the world, you know? So you can really do whatever you want and make a character that's like exactly what you want, which is why I like it. And it's also good because, like, for example, it's an Otome samurai style game. Guess what? Everybody's a fucking samurai. or at the most, if they're not like a samurai, they're basically just a shinobi, you know. If it was D&D, okay, cool, what is everyone gonna be like the same 3 classes, just everyone's a fighter, a monk, or a barbarian? Like, that's boring. Or a ranger, like, versus with this,
Essentially,
you know, you could
Fate
diversify
is
it.
the beauty of Fate is that it is simple, and it is simple and free forming. It plays to the narrative, and it plays to the story more
Mhm.
than it plays to a system like D&D.
Yeah.
D&D is D&D, Pathfinder. These are system heavy roleplay games that, you know, I because of the addict I am, I'm a dirty min maxer. I'll fucking admit it. But I
You
do
are.
themed min maxing, which is much better than normal min maxing, which is like I will make a min max character around a theme that fits the character and not just for the sake of, you know, being
High
super
damage, go
powerful.
burr.
Yeah. Like a great example of that is I did a I was making a character that was for a cyberpunk campaign that was essentially a like a
My
dystopian cyberpunk
baby.
yakuza samurai.
Oh, this is the
Reese,
other
not
one.
Reese. No, this
Yeah.
is the other one.
This
This
is
is
the
the
fucked up
insane
one.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Essentially, so I needed to, but I also wanted him to be a magic user, and I wanted his theme to be fire and flames, but I didn't. I also wanted him to use a sword because the entire aesthetic was cyberpunk samurai to a degree, or cyberpunk yakuza. So I went Song Blade Wizard, which, if you know anything about Blade Singing Wizard, you know it's fucking broken. But I specifically only used fire spells and things like that, and the Blade Song was sort of just an extension of that. But I only min max when it fits a theme, because otherwise, if there is not a reason for my character to multi-class into fighter, then I won't do it.
To be honest, it's kind of me with Rin. Like, Rin is very, very powerful even for where I'm at level wise. Like, especially because I got a really goated item really, really early. But I
You
try
also
to
are
just
using double homebrew classes from me,
but
so.
I try to, like, when it comes to, like, for example, like my bard stuff, like I just focus everything around radiance and charm. That's like, I try to keep, like, there's plenty of items that we found that I could take because they would make me even more fucked, but like it doesn't fit the aesthetic or the vibe, so I don't. And I'm like, nah, it's that one.
I have made dozens of D&D characters of dozens of combinations of classes, and every time I make a character, I start with the classes and, like, okay, is this going to be a multi-class, a single class? I start with the classes and feats, and I'm like, what is the theme I want today? Do I want Rune Knight? Do I want Fire Wielder, etc.? And then I try to make that to the best of my abilities. I think D&D is for basic fantasy adventure. I do not think there is a better system than D&D.
Yeah,
If you
it's
want to
just,
go basic classic
if you don't
fantasy
want to do
adventure,
classic
there's also
fantasy, it's impossible, it feels like. Because of,
if you want,
like,
yeah,
JJK would not be possible with D&D.
I would
Also,
have to make an entirely new system for it.
yeah, it sounds cool, but I can see it being a problem for people that aren't as creative to make a character in such ways. In my opinion, those rules and classes in D&D are an easy way to create a character, that much thought. Yeah. It's, yeah, Dungeons and Dragons, yeah. Also, I get what you mean, like, too. I think Fate is, here's how I see Fate. Fate worked really well for me because I prefer roleplay to combat, and I was always very into because I've done a couple campaigns with Aki, whether we were both players or I was mostly a player in his. You could visibly tell when I was into a character I made. Because when I got into it, I was really into the roleplay. Besides Red, my crown jewel is Yuki, who unfortunately was in a piece of shit's campaign, so I never got to do anything cool with her. But
Rest in peace, Reese. My goat.
literally, also, I will say my boyfriend is working on his campaign, and he has been working on it for the last 2 days. So, you know, there's potential,
Reese
Aki,
and
that we
Sil,
could be players again. But
Listen, you all aren't ready for recent Sill.
oh
That's a
my god, our
fucking
babies, we've cooked
that is
so
peak.
hard.
That is
We've
peak you
cooked,
are not ready for. If it
dude.
was in an anime, it would be OTP of the year.
Kesov, I'm not even kidding. Yuki's lore was so fucking good that I created that it is now going to be my VTuber lore when I can get my actual like purely
Oh, that's
me
the
model.
way. That's sick.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do because Yuki is my otaku gyata that was taken by a cult and turned into a cannibal.
I liked Yuki and Risa's dynamic as well.
They had such a cute like brother sister dynamic. I really loved it.
I was essentially the put together
I was
fucking
the rat.
older brother, and you were the fucking problem child.
I was the socially awkward rat, basically. But literally, yeah, they were like, it was just because unfortunately the DM that we ran for fucking hated me and cucked everything I did. So I was not able to actually
also
do
as
what
someone who
doing.
played in that DM's campaigns.
He also just sucked.
Not the greatest DM, but yeah.
No, he also just kind of sucked. But also, like, he specifically would do things to, like, cuck me and, like, make my character seem... Like, for example, she was, like, a socially awkward NEET. She was a NEET. That's what she was. She was an otaku. She was a NEET. She was a hikikomori. He tried to make her seem kind of like a sex pest, and, like, she was trying to, like, she would make, like, I would make her do, like, all of her socialization was really awkward, and if I spoke to any dude, he would make it turn as if I'm trying to do some, like, weird sex pest thing, and it was really uncomfortable, and it made it to where none of the NPCs liked me, because all of them were either dudes or stereotypical dommy mommies. So none of them liked me. To be fair,
he only knew of one.
He only knew one archetype. Yeah. So because of that, the only characters I could really interact with that was like cool was like my eventual boyfriend, his character that he brought in, which I really liked too. I thought that was really fun. And then Reese, which was Aki's character, because they basically had an older brother, little sister dynamic that was really fun. And
fly high as a kite, my man.
I ended up switching my character to the current one we mentioned, Syl, which we ended up cooking up the most amazing 24 episode romance anime you would ever see in your life.
We cooked up the greatest romance plot in, dare I say, cinema history, and then the campaign exploded.
And then the campaign ended, and the nuke went off. We got our real D&D experience of finding out that someone was a horrible person. And
the fallout happened, and then it was like
D&D group has to go through it once, and we went through it. So for me, since
Kawabe, Reese and Syl are only bested by Kawabe and Yama, who is my character, which was for her Otome game.
I will say, when I do my Otome, you and Kawabe, I might change some of the original options, but she will stay the same and she will be yours.
Yes.
She will not even show up as an option for the other people to pick because you're locked in. But
all I'm going to say is to if depending on if you stream this or not, chat, don't blame me for whatever Yama does. Yama is a different man than I. He is not a reflection of my character as a person and a VTuber.
Not concerning. He just is very flirtatious and a play fighter.
Not concerning. Just more of like I don't really do flirtatious stuff, and if I do, I usually direct it towards men because I am straight, and then it doesn't come off as weird. It just comes off as bro talk.
Yeah.
But Yama is, dare I say, probably my second most flirtatious character. Yeah. Next to the literal fucking vampire bard, which, vampire bard, that's
exactly.
Kind of
yeah. So I plan on, once I get my model, because I will say too, yeah, I got you, Swan, don't worry, I got you. Automod can't stop you, I got you. I did find an artist that I really want to eventually do my model. It's just, models are very fucking expensive, because I would have to get art and rigging. But I found someone that I would really like, and whenever I can get to that point, I will make it more, because obviously both Aki and I use customizable models, and we made it the best to our vision that we can. But eventually, once we can get something more, you know, our visions will flourish even more. Once I do that, that's when I'm gonna really break out the lore, because it'll fit a lot more, you know.
Same thing here.
That's why my lore
I have
is just like,
so
because I have such a good plan. It's just like it doesn't really fit as much, you know. So once I get that, then I can really, because then I can have it like actually like fit certain. I can tie in certain things, and like, oh, I'm so excited. But that's like gonna be way in the future, because in this economy,
in this
in this economy, girl, the tariffs. But yeah, eventually the cannibalism lore will come, so yay. But
you and your cannibalism,
it hits, I'm sorry. But yeah, I basically, like, how accurate was the art I commissioned? I mean, that was like, to be honest, it kind of gave me like Winx Club vibes, and I mean that with like the highest of highest praises, like truly. Like, that would probably be her if she was like put together, you know? Like,
to be fair,
it's beautiful.
It is great art, but if I don't know how accurate to form you want to do Yuki for your VTuber, but if so,
it's not going to be totally based off of the image Yuki had, but like,
well, I mean more like personality wise. If you all know the meme of that one fucking like neat shut-in that like with like the long black hair and like the one neat of like, oh, men's look at this and think wife. Think of that. That is like the level of,
because like
neat shut-in that Yuki was.
Yeah, Yuki was full hikomori, like her like bags under the eyes, like didn't see the light of day most of the time, like sat in front of her screen surrounded by energy drink cans and food wrappers. Like, she was full blown. I'm not gonna necessarily do like as intense, probably, because I will say, because like it's a mix of like, I think what I'm gonna do is because like the whole thing with Yuki is Yuki was dealing with, essentially, she had like intense abandonment, and so this like cultish, you know, entity manipulated her and blah blah blah. And the whole thing with Yuki is that like she was still very early into the process, and so it was going to be a whole thing of like, is she going to turn bad, or is the party going to be able to like get her on the back on the good side, and like all that kind of stuff, you know, like stop her. This is probably like, I would probably go more like advanced into like, has been doing it, has accepted it, is just kind of, you know, so not as like hikomori, more just like, yep, this is my life now and I'm just doing it. Because like I've retweeted it before, I'll show it again on stream because it's one of my favorite. It's what really inspired, like, it's a mix of like the whole Yuki hikomori cannibal manipulation thing, but also like this one artist that did, here I have it, I'll put it on screen because and I have retweeted it before, but it's one of my favorite things. Bum, bum, bum.
When and the inspirations of my
this
my
like
if you
art.
He just killed someone.
Like, I love that. I saw that and I had to like track down the artist to find it. But yeah, I can't wait to get to that point. I'm
If you
very
read
excited.
between the lines, for me, it's not that hard to figure out what my fucking inspiration is. Visual wise, people might not know, but the lore wise, it's
That's because
pretty
we do
fucking
what we got.
obvious.
And you will find that out Friday when you go to Aki's debut.
Indeed, you should really come to my debut. We're gonna yap, and I'm gonna do the slideshow thing, and I might also play a game. I don't know. We'll see. See how people are feeling. If I feel like yapping.
Yeah, Yay! And I will be there as well, and to annoy him in chat.
Indeed.
I'm really excited. I can't wait to eventually one day get like a more customized model, because I have such a vision that I want to bring to life. And like, I don't want it to sound like I'm not grateful eternally. I think let that for him. So I haven't mentioned, he's vaguely aware, yes, one. But I don't want to make it sound like I'm not thankful for the model that I use or anything, or like I don't love it. It's just, you know, because I do really, and I wouldn't have been able to start without it. It's just like, I've been like fiending because I have all these amazing art and outfit ideas, and I just want to like, I can't wait to do it.
It's the brainworms of the exact same thing of like making a character. I have so many characters that I want to, D&D characters that I want to get fucking art of, but it's like, and there's one, it's hard to find an artist that I really like that's available, because all the artists I really like are, you know, the goats, and as such are
very
constantly and always taken up, but also because I'm kind of picky when it comes to art style about males, which is to say I am very thankful for the customizable model I use, which is by Wan Lee, if you don't know. Very nice. But when it comes to guys, specifically for anime, there's a specific style that I like, and if it's not that style, I think I don't really. It's got to be like a Blue Lock Windbreaker sorta. That's peak male character design for me. Like eye shape and face shape and hair.
Also, like, you also like want more masculine.
Yes, that's another thing of she mentioned it a little bit before, but I am a gym bro. You'll see when I do the debut stream. I've put a lot of my interest in there, and you'll sort of you'll get a clock for what kind of character I am, and also the fact that I'm like every high school archetype melded into one. Because I just, hey, I like drama, I like sports, I like being really smart in math and English and science, and I love being charismatic and on the fucking announcements. I'm kind of just everything. I'm kind of just that guy, you know. But I hate when someone posts a fucking a thin guy with abs that's an anime character, and it's like, oh, they're so buff. No, they're fucking not. I want fucking 16-inch biceps. I want to see the bicep muscle. I want to see the shoulder. Yes, Toji is a muscular character.
Yeah, lean abs are different to buff abs.
I hate in both anime and real life, there is nothing I hate more than lean abs. And I mean, no offense to anyone about that. It's just that you don't have actual abs. You're just skinny enough to where they show, bitch. You didn't do the work. You were just blessed genetically.
It's good if they have arms to build to go with it. Yeah, sleeper build and stuff, yeah. But if they're just like scrawny with abs, yeah, that's like, you just, yeah. You know?
Like, I think a perfect fucking example, I used to play Genshin, don't anymore, but what they did to my man Arataki Ito is unfucking-givable. What the hell to make a was buff that? Man,
even though they made Alhaitham bigger.
Literally, Alhaitham has bigger arms than him.
You know
What
what's
the
so crazy?
fuck?
Imagine if Ito at least had like the Sampo build.
Here's the thing. Fucking look at Medei. That's the type of build that fucking Ito should have had. If you don't know, Medei from Honkai Star Rail, one of the newer characters that just came out. That is bulky. That is the type of build that is the shit that fucking Ito should have been. And then they instead gave him fucking twigs and painted on his abs, and it's just Urgh.
Especially because I was an Ito main for a hot minute, and it was so unfortunate. It was like 9/11 happened in the Geo community when the leaks came out, and we saw that him getting a buffer model was not in fact true.
They made fucking NPCs buffer than him. Like, what the fuck? But that's also
Same,
just a
we both
nitpick
were.
of mine when it comes to designs and appearances, because I don't know if this is you're an OG Ito. Same Swan.
We
Same
both
here.
were. We were waiting. We were counting on that. We literally did, like, we showed our polls to each other. Like, we were there.
Listen, when it comes to Genshin, I don't.
We both used to be
I was
really
big.
hardcore.
We used to be really into it, but then like game wise, I'm not into it. I still like the earlier lores and stuff. I will
think
stand
we
by
both
fucking
checked out in Samuru. I think was when we both kind of
pretty
checked
much.
out.
I will still stand by fucking Ito, Zhongli, and Tartaglia / Child. Peak characters, best characters in Genshin. All the female characters suck. I'm sorry, I said it. I'm gonna put it out there. Hands up.
Yeah, most of them do.
Yell at me if you want.
I was a Kaya main. And then Ito was Ito and Albedo were my other two secondary mains.
Oh, wait. There are the exceptions. Worthsley, he is an exception. One of the only good Natalie characters.
And Nouvelette was cool.
And Nouvelette too. Honestly, just controversial opinion. Oyoverse makes better male characters than they make female characters. Hey,
It's because all they make the female characters blow up dolls. That's it. They don't put any actual personality to them. They don't know what the fuck
only
they're
good
doing.
female Oyoverse characters to me are
Himiko's
Topaz.
cool.
Himiko's mother.
Yeah, Topaz? Oh, thank God, because so many people hate Topaz, and I'm like, what the fuck? She has actual personality.
Topaz, Kafka is classic mommy dommy, but it fits her
works.
personality. Like, it works.
Also,
it's not like Jade, which is just
no.
absolutely atrocious, terrible.
Kafka fits. Yeah, Amber was cute.
Oh, Amber's fun.
I like Amber.
Personality-wise, Amber's
to be
great.
honest, the Mondstadt girlies were good.
Most of the Mondstadt characters, period,
the only
were good.
girly, like Lisa was the most like out there, but like it fit her, like kind of like Kafka. It fit her to be she was the Dami mommy kind of, ada
Lisa
lady.
gets bonus points for being really nice to Razor. And
exactly, but she had like a mother-son thing with Razor, which was really cute. Hear me out on the quest girl. Yeah.
Nah, honestly, respect. People
Yeah.
who thirst over NPCs, respect.
Like, I think like Leeway was good. I liked Beto and stuff like that, but like
Inazuma,
I didn't like most of Inazuma.
I hated the in-between stuff in Inazuma, but I liked the story of Inazuma until they got to the point where it's like we meet Raiden, and then it's like, oh no, none of it's her fault.
It's none of her fault, and she's actually
in a coma or whatever. It was just her
and
clone
she's
thing,
a
and I'm
world
just
leader,
like,
but like she
shut the
can't
fuck up.
even cook.
You
She's just a little girl. She's just a 200-year-old teenager.
I don't fucking care. You killed Kazua's boyfriend. What the fuck?
Literally, like I hate.
You were going to kill Toma.
I hate the classic. Oh, how do we excuse her war crimes? She's just a little girl.
Oh, Serval, true.
Serval's a queen. Yeah, I will say
older sister,
Honkai Star Rail's women
girl.
are way better.
Honkai Star Rail's characters overall
also,
are just
like,
better.
I love Herta, but
Genshin.
I like I don't know enough about like main Herta, but I love Dolly Herta. Like she's such a little bitch, but like she's my bitch, you know.
I will give Honkai Star Rail this much credit. There are not many gacha games where I like the female characters, ironically enough, despite being straight, just because
they're gooner bait.
I don't like their characters, but Honkai Star Rail probably has the biggest female cast that I like. Like, not a big fan of Artron, but I also don't hate her. I'm just sort of middle on her.
I will say, I don't know,
sick. Himiko's sick.
I feel like though, at least from what I've seen, I haven't been as into like the vibes of the newer chicks. Like Fei Xiao has really been the newest lady that I really, really like. The other, I do like the cat thief girl because she's funny, but like
Fei Xiao, her character was nice, but I will be truthful. Yeah, the fucking redesign I saw of her being more muscular and
with muscles and pants.
Tan with muscles and pants fucking changed something.
Dude, all I'm just gonna say, I think it's really funny that the Fate devs held a fucking gun to their head and said, you are going to make Emiya tan. You cannot put him in the game otherwise.
Okay, and even then, if we want to start getting in,
though, I feel like he still doesn't look as dark as he normally does.
He still is not as tan as he usually. He is a lighter tan.
They really fucking bit their teeth to make him that color because Hoyoverse was just like, no, he has to be as white as possible. Because Hoyoverse is allergic to tan, which I don't know why. It makes so many cool designs, bro. Like Fei Xiao should have been tan. Also, My Day should have had a bit of a tan to him too. He would have looked sick. Like, I don't know, man. I like Tingyan before her death. She was a cutie patootie.
I'm trying to find that
that art
Fei Xiao redesign because it's.
I would try like Fei Xiao tan. Arlen's official emotes are pale. So Arlen in general just slowly, progressively became more and more grayscale every time you saw him. It felt like they really released one at launch and was like, "Here's your cookie." Like, there you go. Yes, doggy.
Same with Kaya.
Kaya. It was. As a Kaya main, my soul broke every time I saw official art of him where he wasn't a tan, glorious icon because God, like, what do you mean?
Okay, while we're on this topic, God, how they massacred fucking Diluc, one of my most favorite Genshin characters, and he just looks fucking atrocious.
I always hated Diluc, so I don't care, but like, I'm so sorry, bestie. I'm so sorry. That's unfortunate.
Kill yourself.
That's unfortunate. I like Tartaglia. A lot of people hate Tartaglia now, which is interesting. I'd say he's probably.
What do you mean? He is. I think Tartaglia might unironically be the best Genshin character.
Dude, Tartaglia, from what I saw in the Genshin fandom, like right now, he's one of the most hated characters because people are just like, people are sick of him because they say he's got the favorite boy syndrome, and they're just like sick of seeing him.
Because he's the best character. Because he is, he's the fucking rival character that's an older brother that's on the enemy side, but is actually a good person, and is.
I understand
he's got all
being
the peak
annoyed about like the favorite child syndrome. It's just like, sadly, that's unfortunately what's gonna happen when they only put effort into like 3 characters. You're gonna see those characters like reoccur. Because they just didn't put effort in it. That's why you mostly see Zhongli when it comes to seeing the Archons, because they put their whole pussy into writing him. We're not even gonna get into the disgusting result that was Nutlan. Because holy shit, that was abysmal. The characters looked like actual ass. That's what Nutlan was, yeah. Oh, she looked so bad.
No, that's a separate,
No, she's
Natalan is
Natalan, that's the Pyro
one,
region.
Right?
No, Fontaine is the water one.
Fontaine, that's right. Okay.
Fontaine was cool. The designs at least cooked.
Bro, and they killed one of the sickest fucking harbingers, the mask dude.
Dude, they killed El Capitano or whatever, which is so unfortunate because he was the coolest person from that region. And then they also confirmed that he's not buff. He was a Zhongli build. He wasn't buff. He wasn't buff.
I just
They took everything from us. They took everything from us. And instead they gave us feederism fucking cow art, and we're like, here's a chubby girl.
And the fucking cow.
Which is unfortunate because her design is really cute. They just had to, I just hate that. Like, she would have been really cute if it was just like, here's a cow.
Not
and she does
secretly
stuff.
disguised fetish.
Literally, because it's so like, and I also hate that they were like, here's our chubby character. Isn't she so cute and chubby? Like, why did you have to do it like that? Because for one, she's like, what, 3 pixels wider than like... than like the average. Like, not saying she has to be like morbidly obese or anything, but like, come on, bro. She's still a very conventionally attractive figure. They just made her like hip area slightly bigger and was like, here's our fat fuck. Here's our fat fuck cow who sits on people. I think they did a
fucking psyop, because I cannot find this art for the life of me. They had to have done a psyop to fucking remove it.
Yeah, what? Did they delete it? Huh. Wait, I think I found
the muscle one, but I can't find the tan with pants one.
This one?
Well, that's the tan with the pants. But
yeah, she's just not muscle.
But still. Yeah, that is. Oh my god, if she. Could have been peak.
Is also just allergic to putting women in pants. Like, they can't. They always have to put them in those fuck ass shorts that are like really, really tiny. Which I love tiny. I love tiny. I wear mini skirts and small shorts. So I'm not necessarily hating on the design choice. But when every girl is wearing those tiny ass Pokemon trainer shorts with the fucking pockets hanging out the butt and the open buttons with the weird like mismatched sock tight situation, it gets a little boring. Like, can one of them wear pants, a skirt, something, you know?
It was mentioned you mentioned Fate previously, and now I gotta mention it. I'm a big Fate guy.
You are.
But I've played Fate Grand Order. Fate's male character designs are so fucking great. It's just absolutely it's absolutely tragic that Fate has fallen into the, oh yes, time for our 50 millionth saber face. Ah yes, time to reuse this one specific character that's this art that everyone likes and just use it for everything else.
Also, Swan, that means you hate me. I
was about to say, you were talking to Aventurine's like... Aventurine and Sampo are the...
Aventurine, I don't know. I know people typically go off of like that one fucking reference to a gay author, but by that same logic, like... Okay, but like Kafka very clearly is alluded to having a situation with Blade and stuff like that, you know?
Here's something that people need to understand. One, bisexuality exists. Yes. We need to stop erasing that. We can like both men and women. That's one thing. The second thing is, there is so much, you know, yaoi and yuri stuff, but I specifically see more yaoi because of this person infesting my timeline. But there's so much yaoi stuff in Honkai Star Rail and Genshin, in just a lot of animes and medias and things, but I think the rampant yaoification of intense male bonds is really hurting the fact that I am a really big sucker for lack of a better term, and because it's a good example, I'm a sucker for the Lancelot-Arthur relationships. Yeah. Of the Lancelot and Arthur are fucking brothers who love each other almost in like more so than they would a lover, but it's not romantic love. It's a deep and eternal devotion to each other. And it's fucking beautiful, but people would, if people saw that, if people read like the Once and Future King or saw that in modern depictions, the first thing that would immediately be said is, they're gay, yowie. And it's like, no, they are brothers who have an actually intimate bond. There are two male characters with an intimate bond that isn't romantic, but because that's so rare and uncommon, it just immediately gets defaulted to, oh, they like each other, or oh, it's yaoi. When it's the other, it's the one of the character dynamics I love the most of two truly just brothers in every sense of the word that will be there for each other no matter what. It is sort of similar
Yeah.
to the no, why am I forgetting his name? Lord of the Rings.
Aragorn.
Best Aragorn.
Aragorn
It's similar to
Boromir.
the Aragorn. Aragorn is, you
Yeah.
know, an emotional person. He has emotional bonds.
He
with
literally kissed Boromir as he died.
Exactly.
And it wasn't romantic.
And it's not a romantic thing. It's a deep and devoted passion to each other as you are someone important that I don't want to lose.
Women are typically allowed to show that, but guys, not really. And I will say, Swan, too, you got to realize that kind of stuff is very dependent on location. Because, for example, with Aventurine, for one, the peacock thing, for one, is not necessarily gay people, like, not in, it depends on where as well, region. Also, if you go by the sense that a lot of stuff appears to him being Romani, also colors and stuff like that is not really that out of pocket for Romani men, as well as the whole thing about Aventurine is flaunting himself to others as a prize, because he treated himself as a prize, as a way to manipulate other people, because he felt like, I'm in a manipulate or be manipulated world. And the whole thing about peacocks is male peacocks present themselves as the most colorful to women and to other people in general. So it also, peacock, just doing that doesn't necessarily apply to gay men. Also, the thing too about it as well is, like, I think people really only, though, like, the thing too about it is that my thing with Aventurine is it's just like, for example, I joke about Raphael and how I think that, like, he seems really gay. So, like, whatever. Is he actually? No, he's canonically not gay. That's the thing. He's not. He's canonically probably bisexual at the moment, you know, but I jokingly say that he is, you know, like, that is a thing that I do. Am I gonna go to Raphael Girlies and be like, actually, blah, blah, blah? No. Like, I just joke like that because he annoys me and I like to make fun of him. And, you know, but with Aventurine, it's, from my perspective, is, for one, if there's nothing explicitly canon, like, because a perfect example is James from Pokemon. You would look at James and most people would be like, yeah, that's a gay ass man. He's not. He's literally married to Jessie and they are not gay. He's not gay. He's bisexual at the most. But the thing,
by the way, if you're surprised by the Mary thing, that's a manga thing, not
also the thing too is Hoyoverse has made canon gay characters like straight up kiss. So I don't really buy the whole, like, they're only implying it because censorship.
I was about to say, if Hoyoverse wants to be gay, they will be gay. Looks at Honkai Impact 3rd.
Exactly.
Which is
have
just
straight up
all
lesbians.
gay women.
It's straight up lesbians. Welt has some bisexual ass shit. That's a bisexual
Welt
man.
has a wife, but also
he has a wife in a
very tense situation with a certain other individual.
A certain other man. So that's what I mean. Like, you know, Honkai, if they want to, they will make them, you know. So I also, because, like, my thing too is I feel like it's just unfair to LGBT people, and the fact that, like, a lot of it is the classic, like, oh, but they can't do it because censorship in China, as if China, for one, also doesn't straight up make yaoi live actions and shit. Like, yes, they are more intense on censorship than other countries, but people act as if you mention yaoi in China, you're gonna get stoned to death. Like,
another thing about saying that
lesbians.
because of saying, like, oh, because of the way they dress, they're definitely gay or whatever. Something people really forget, you know who's canonically straight and has a husband? Bayonetta.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. She might be bi or whatever. I don't know, but she does have a husband. Yeah,
She
she
might
ends
be
up with
bi,
a
but she
man.
does have a husband.
I don't like when
and
people invalidate her husband and say that she's a lesbian because she's cunt. She is cunt, but she has a husband and they're very adorable. Yeah,
you can serve
Seal and
cunt and be
Branya
straight.
are
You just gotta
so
have extra sauce.
painfully gay. They are so painfully gay. In every universe, Seal and Branya are making out sloppy style in the corner. That is not a debate.
You want to talk about a character that's not gay that will get under both of our skins for people shipping Sampo and Gepard.
It's just also just a sauceless ship, in my opinion. Like, here's the thing, too. Sampo, for one, here's the thing about Sampo.
They are friends because it is the classic mischievous troublemaker friend and the fucking by the books man. They were literally, I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering correctly, like
they're
friends
like
as
friends,
kids.
Yeah. It's the classic, like, oh, we ended up on opposite sides. And, you know, like, Gepard could be a lot harsher on him, but he isn't. And Sampo could make his life a lot more hellish, but he doesn't because he does hold affection for him. I just think it's kind of a boring ship, though, because, like, I don't know, they don't really have many moments outside of just, like, written things. I will say, here's the thing, too. Sampo is one of the few characters that I feel like I can pretty confidently say is canonically bisexual, because he aggressively flirts and straight up makes sexual passes on both main characters, regardless of gender. That whole event with the fucking museum where you find out that like he was stealing shit and you go to meet him in the hotel and he basically like is like, by the way, we could, you know, pass some time. He says that kind of shit regardless of your gender. Sampo is a man of the people. Everyone can take a turn with Sam. Arsharon and Black Swan kind of give off ladies experimenting. Yeah, Arsharon and Black Swan give off like, yeah, like
Arsharon and Black Swan is like, I don't know why, but to me it just looks like the straightest yaoi or the straightest yuri there is, because like
it kind of gives the energy of like straight girls that get drunk and make out for attention.
Yeah, because like it doesn't give like heavy romantic things, but there is, you can tell there's something there. There's like
Arsharon as well.
You can tell there is something there, but it's like,
here's my theory. I get the vibe that Black Swan wants that cookie. I don't think Arsharon really gives a fuck. I don't know. Arsharon just doesn't seem really like. Another one I will say is another ship that I like, but in a very specific way. My Day and is it Fanyon? Is that his name? How do I pronounce Aki?
Oh, Medea and Phaon, yeah.
Phaon? Okay, but here's the thing. This is the sauce. This is the sauce of the ship. One-sided on Phaon's part.
That I am fine with. That I agree with.
One-sided Phaon is into My Day, but My Day is not into Phaon. That's sauce. Because Phaon definitely gives those vibes.
Phaon literally said that, like, he's the prettiest. Oh, he's got such I remember the fucking feel of his fists.
Yeah, My Day doesn't seem like he's into him, but Phaon is definitely into him. So I like one-sided Phaon, My Day.
The thing is, that is understandable, but when it comes to Fede and
I also see them, though. I understand the brother-in-arms.
When it comes to them, yes, I see them as the brother-in-arms trope. To be fair, I haven't gotten to Amorphous
my thing is,
yet.
I definitely
which
get
I will
that
be doing
vibe
on
from
stream
My Day.
Eventually. But
I get that vibe from My Day, especially. I do feel, and here's the thing too, with Phaon is like, it definitely gives, like, he does give more than, like, it does give more than, but it still gives the, like, he knows and he's content with it. And I think that's good because it's got the angst, but it's still like, despite the fact that he knows,
I can definitely
there's still such a deep love there. Argenti is just canonically pansexual. He doesn't give a fuck.
Argenti loves everything. Argenti is literally a fucking knight of the fucking beauty and love god.
Pansexual as the definition. You look it up in the book and it's Argenti. He doesn't care. He and anybody.
Argenti is also one of the only other characters that like actively flirts with you regardless of your gender, and also just everyone, because it's not flirting, it's being
who he is.
fucking beautiful and gorgeous, and he's
Yeah,
the
he's
goat.
flamboyant. Yeah. Boot Hill, I do like Argent Hill. I do like Argent Hill as a ship. I do think it's cute. Like in terms of like
Argent Hill
canon,
is like the only yaoi ship that I'm not annoyed by.
Also, I will say too, it doesn't help that
I
for
can understand it,
example,
but I can also not understand it. So.
yeah, here's the thing too that gets me is like, I think the case too is this is someone who's been in fandom culture forever, specifically on the girl side, and girls typically are the ones who are making a lot of yaoi, let's be real. Fujos are very strong in making yaoi. They outdo gay men sometimes with their yaoi because Fujos are insane, especially the Japanese ones. It doesn't help that Hoyoverse in particular just has a really annoying fandom culture. So Hoyoverse ship fans are particularly annoying because Hoyoverse fans have very much baby first fandom energy. And so like unironically they're like, if you don't like my ship, then you must like you must not like
must not
like Aventurine and Ratio because you're homophobic. No, I just don't like them because I just don't get those vibes. Like I can definitely understand from the Aventurine perspective, but Ratio, I don't get anything from that man.
Ratio might be a fucking asexual.
He might be like genuinely ace arrow. Also, like I think Aventurine and Topaz is cute. Sue me.
Liking a straight fucking pairing. Yeah. Oh my god, you're gonna be killed. Which also, speaking of that, there is one Hoyoverse yaoi ship that I just will always hate until the day I die. Zhongli and Tartaglia.
Zhongchi, yep.
Yes, because no, I just can't. I can't.
It's just so funny too because in most fandoms,
yes,
like
there is something there, but it's like, if anything, Zhongli is amused by Tartaglia.
Yeah, he probably does look at him like that.
Probably looks at it like, you're rather amusing, mortal. All right, I'll keep an eye on you. Also, like, at the end of the day, I don't... There was only one person that you can ship Zhongli with, and that is the fucking...
his wife. Or
his wife.
Okay,
to
be fair, I think there is one yaoi ship of Zhongli that actually has some sauce.
Venti?
No. Astaha.
No?
The lore between the two of them.
I can't see that because Zhongli made Asta. I see them father-son.
I also can't see it, but I understand because also like god shit's weird. They don't always necessarily see each other parent-child like we do. I understand that more than I see Zhongqi. The only child ship I like is Child and Lumin. I think it's cute. March 7 and Dongheng, I ship March 7 and Dongheng, and a lot of people don't. I think it's okay. Here's the thing. Yes, Dongheng and Blade had something when they were fucking back in the old
in other
personality.
Lives is the thing.
Nowadays,
it's Don Feng. It's Don Feng and Blade that have the
Renheng or whatever the fuck their old ship is. Yes, that is definitely, they were gaying it up. Nowadays, they're different people. Because this is the thing too, is Hoyoverse fans are so, like, some of them are so weird because it's so, like, in other fandoms, you could ship the rarest of rare pairs and it's like, whatever, fine. In Hoyoverse, the fans are just like, it's so weird because, like, you know, like, we joke about the whole, like, oh my god, straight persecution, you know, for liking a ship, even though obviously that's not happening.
It exists.
But in Hoyoverse fans, goddamn, some of them make it feel like it, because the thing is, it's so weird because, like, they'll ship the most sauceless, like, bare minimum appeasement fan service yaoi ever, and it's like, listen, I love some yaoi, I love some Yuri, but I want it to be the good shit. For example, Seal Branya, I ate that up, shoveled it in my mouth. That was delicious, scrumptious food.
A good example, Jean and Diluc, despite being like one of the most canon
fucking cute
fucking ships, just gets absolutely blasted because of K-Luke, which is that's a whole nother thing, but also two, because people also ship Jean and Lisa, and it's like both of them just being like, incorrect. They're
Here's
gay and they're
here's
both
my thing.
gay and they like
It's
other
just because
people. And it's like,
Hoyoverse fans are like Hoyoverse fans don't understand that ships don't have to be canon.
ships or
You know,
whatever you
ships don't
wish.
have to be canon, and also like just dude, if I see a ship I don't like, for the most part, I'm not gonna
ignore
leave a
it.
hate comment on their post. You know, I see some abysmal Honkai ships, and I'm just like, you know what, whatever. Like I saw someone shipping Sampo and Sparkle, and did that make me want to throw up? Yes. What did I do? I went anyways and moved on. You know, because like some of their fans get a little. For example, I actually used to be an Aventurine ratio shipper. I actually did. I used to be, and then they got so annoying that like I just couldn't engage with it anymore. Kind of like that's what happened to me with Sadasugo, with Gojo and Geto. And it's so unfortunate because like goddamn, I don't know what it, maybe it's because like the fandom just like perpetually like people keep leaving, and so new 15-year-olds join, so just Hoyoverse has like a new supply of 15-year-olds constantly. Because, man, I was on Tumblr, okay? I'm way past the point of ship discourse of is it ethical to ship someone in a canon relationship with someone else and, like, all this bullshit. Is it ethical to ship a character that has an age gap even though they're both legal adults? And, like, I can't, like... to be honest, okay... You know what's some Honkai Star Rail Yaoi that actually hits that I actually enjoyed?
What?
I personally thought that I thought that the whatever the fuck was going on with Mose and Fox Guy. I liked that.
Mose, Fox Guy, and Fei Zhao are all three just a fucking.
But here's the thing, though. I find Fei Zhao and Mose kind of weird because she didn't find him as a kid. That's a little weird to me, just because she did find him as a child.
I think what it is it's a.
I think both of
Fox
them are
Man in the middle,
Fox Guy.
and then
yeah, there you go, you get it. Because Fox Guy and Fei Zhao,
both mutually respect each other. Like,
yeah, they're both with Fox Guy.
Yeah,
because Boot Hill and Argenti also great. Yeah, Fei Zhao and Jing Yao, I think is his name. And then Mose and Jing Yao, great yaoi. Boot Hill and Argenti, scrumptious. Welt and his situationship from the other games, delicious. But
here's the thing about us with shipping, and we've talked about it before. We are nerds. We are ethical gooners. If you're going to ship, if you're going to do anything, do it lore fucking accurately, okay?
Or at least acknowledge that it's a rare pair and it doesn't make sense. But like, don't try to
literally
act like it's
canon,
saw a meme. You know,
I saw a meme that was like, when the Rule 34 artist does it lore accurately, and it is like, actually it helped be in character, okay? Like if. When I do D&D, if I ever make characters or make NPCs or whatever, you can ship them. Just make it make sense.
Make sense.
Make it lore accurate.
At least, or just acknowledge that this is just complete rare pair fan and shit. You know, like I don't mind if people don't do shit that makes sense. Like if you want to ship Japard and Boot Hill for some fucking reason, go for it. But like, don't be like it's canon.
Yeah,
I just want to see them date.
All right, guys, crack ship time.
Ship time. Black Swan and Serval sloppy kissing in the back. Why not? You know,
there's only one exception. There's actually two exceptions. There are two exceptions to the thing I said about shipping my character and or NPCs and things like that with other individuals. One.
Oh, I know it's gonna be
Yama and Kawabe. Only ship that is acceptable ever whenever she does her campaign.
Yeah.
If I see anything else, I will be personally hunting you down. And then second, Reese and Syl. If I see anything else, I will be hunting you down.
Yeah, if you can't draw Syl with any other guy when they happen, you can't do it. You can't do it. You can't. Vernon is Schneider. No, Schneider from Rise of 7. Dude, she's such a She's so gay. She's so gay. Yeah, no, for sure. That's the thing of like, that's my view. It's just, I don't know. I think most fandoms are like cool. It's just the issue is when your fandom has a lot of like freshly non-middle schoolers, it gets really annoying because like the thing is all the discourse we're seeing on Twitter and TikTok now, that's shit that happened on Tumblr back in the day. And because, you know, the big Tumblr migration happened, and most of the people nowadays just they just think of Tumblr as like a dead site, even though it's not, so they don't even bother to go there. Like, people's first fandom experiences now are on Twitter and TikTok, not Tumblr. So they're having these discussions that would be relegated to certain areas of Tumblr, like, constantly, so you could avoid it. And we have to see it because the algorithm isn't like used to that, which is why it feels so much worse than usual. But it's just like, no, it's because every 15-year-old girl and LGBT, whatever, like because let's be real, straight dudes don't really ship very much. They're not really into fandom culture.
If a straight dude is part of a fandom, they are passively consuming.
They're passively consumers.
As a straight dude that is part of plenty of fandoms.
Women
just watch the shit happen.
Non-cishet guys are the ones that put out fandom content typically. So because of that, sadly, every year we have to go through like the new round of baby's first fandom and figuring out how shit works. And it's just so unfortunate because it's just like, man, I wish we could just like make whoever kiss and it's fine, but it always has to be some big thing. Media literacy
is also slowly declining over the years, unfortunately.
Yeah, she really Tenet. Yeah, I know a bit about 1999, but yeah, I know that. It's so, I don't know. It also makes me feel bad because, like I said, I just feel really bad for a lot of like non-cishet teens who like Hoyoverse is kind of their first big fandom space, because it has the same energy of like, I imagine what it would have been like being a non-cishet teen and Supernatural was your first fandom space, where like it's just queer baiting because they have the power to make it queer and canon, but they don't. And it just like, I feel like that's so unfair to them, of like your first like experience that's gonna really shape how you view a lot of media and fandom is with like a very queer bait heavy, they don't want to commit, you know, because like Hoyoverse can commit. Literally, like I said, everyone in Honkai 3rd is pretty much a lesbian. And like Welt was gaying it up too. He was buying it up.
Literally, like, Hoyoverse got their start from fucking gay.
From doing lesbian, yeah, literally. And so with like, it's weird watching Star Rail and Genshin where they like won't really, outside of Seal Branya, because that's already so established, really do anything, because it's just like, it's not because like they hide behind the excuse of censorship, we can't, but it's not though, because other Chinese gacha games do it. And also, like, again, there's literally, like, yaois that premiere on TV in China. It's really not as hardcore as people make it sound like they're gonna walk in with a gun and shoot the devs if they make two boys kiss. It's really not. It's just because they don't want to piss off anyone from any demographic, so they just lightly fucking throw out cookie crumbs for every demographic possible to maximize their profit because, you know, capitalism. I feel like Reverse 99 was a turning point in Chinese-owned gacha games with all the queer characters and the right and dub accent. I mean, the accents and the diversity, sure, but also, like, I'm pretty positive there have been lesser-known gachas from China that also had a lot of, like, queer characters. I just think it wasn't as... Because, like, for example, one of the most popular novels in China is a yaoi. You know, like Heaven's Official Blessing.
Yeah, Heaven's Official Blessing.
Heaven's Official is one of the most popular novels in China, you know, like, despite what Winnie the Pooh wants, like, the Chinese society is down for yaoi and yuri. Like, most manhwas are yaoi or yuri. Like, that's kind of how it be, you know. Hoyoverse just takes advantage of that to, like, swindle their LGBT fans, which is really unfortunate because I feel like that's so, like, I'm glad that there are games like Reverse that are more upfront with it, because I don't know, man. As someone who did like Supernatural, who does like Supernatural, it really was really unfortunate how they just baited the fuck out of Destiel for so long, only to then do the kill your gays trope at the very end. Like, at that point, like, it was literally just, here's like 20 years worth of queer baiting, and then we're going to murder them. Like, come on, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's so fucked up. Like, come on, man. Like, a favorite bisexual British character? Yeah, she was cool. They were cool.
You want to talk about a bisexual British character? I guess not technically British, but
Doctor Who?
Doctor Who?
Yeah!
Who
Bi gender,
canonically has a wife,
bisexual
but
Doctor
is most
Who.
definitely... I mean, that is also true.
Yeah.
Constantly ever changing. So.
Doctor Who is a sign of the times.
I mean, he's also kissed a lot of aliens too.
He's kissed a lot of aliens, a lot of dudes, a lot of gals. He's been a gal. He's been
fucked,
a lot.
Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth.
I'm sorry.
One.
Damn. He really does really intense things to save our universe.
Yes, that was totally to help save the universe.
Then damn, not Lizzie. Come on, Doctor Who. Like, come on, Doctor.
He is
not Lizzie.
Fucking. The Doctor is a low-key player.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Do you know which Doctor it was that?
Don't say Smith or Tennant. It was Tennant.
Tennant.
I had a feeling it was Tennant. It seems like a Tennant thing.
Tennant was honestly...
He was probably like, oh, this is gonna be funny.
He also fucked, who was it?
Which is the one that had the really fucking, like, super depressing love thing? Like, didn't one of them have, like...
Well, I hate to break this to you. That's
that, like,
kind of
all
a running theme.
Because, like, I know there's one of them that...
Which do you mean? Are you talking about Rory and Amy? Because that's kind of sad. But are you talking about River Song? Are you talking about...
There's like one of the doctors that like has his helper he has a thing with, and like I know the fandom is really like, this one was like soul breaking.
Well, I hate to a lot
but like it hit different than most of them, I think, was like the feeling people had.
Was it Rose?
I don't know any of their names.
Rose is David Tennant's most common one. Clara? Was it Clara? It might be Clara.
I know it was a thing of like they reunited eventually, and like I don't know, man. I'm
sorry, you're really not narrowing things down.
I don't know
all of this
enough
has
about
happened
Doctor
so many
Who.
times.
Okay.
What does she look like? Is she a ginger? Is she a blonde?
I just remember knowing that's a thing. I don't even remember.
I hate to break it to you. The Doctors experience a lot of fucking tragedy. Also, it was Madame de Pompadour. David Tennant's Doctor also fucked Madame de Pompadour. He was kind of just going on a spree, if I'm being honest.
It was. I don't think it was a Matt Smith. I don't think it was Matt Smith.
Hold on. Doctor Who. Let me get out the list.
It could be. It might be Rose.
Because Rose went to another dimension. Well, there's also Jack, if we need any more proof of Doctor and bisexuality. Mr. Jack Harkness. The gay man himself. Not Donna Noble. Is it a new one?
It's an older one.
You gotta
I know it's either Capaldi or Tennant. I know it's one of those two. I know it's one of those.
Was it Sarah Jane? Are you talking about Sarah Jane Smith? Because Sarah Jane Smith was like the third or fourth Doctor's companion, but then she made a re-emergence with the newer Doctors. Or if it's Peter Capaldi, are you talking about Clara? Because Clara was Peter Capaldi's main or Bill Potts? But Bill Potts is really new. Is it Clara? Because
It could have
Clara
been
Oswald's entire
Clara.
thing is that she was the impossible girl, so she was this sort of anomaly, and then he in the Doctor's
Because
life,
I
but
think
then
it
he
might have
fixed
been him.
that,
Because I
and
think the whole
then
like age gap thing was like.
Uh, Clara
Because I will.
Oswald got killed, but technically got saved, and it was a
I
whole
will say
thing of
too,
like.
it is like it is romantic. Whatever it was romantic. So
Clara and Doctors was very romantic at
okay,
times,
then I
but
think it
also
was
not.
that one.
It was
because,
romantic
like,
at times, but also not romantic.
there was also like the age gap thing to it. So I think it was Clara that I remember, but I don't know. I just remember hearing things about that, and people were like, "Oh my god," you know.
This chick.
I looked up. I don't remember enough to like explicitly. It's just something that I saw. Like
We'll assume Clara, but
we'll assume.
kind of
but-
spoiler, not kind of spoiler. A lot of the Doctor's companions don't get happy endings.
I just remember it was like they did just actual straight up breakup where he left basically.
Well,
And-
she died. River Song. There's a lot of tragedy in Doctor Who, man.
yeah, but
you could
I
be
don't
talking
know.
about a lot of.
I just know it wasn't Smith, so I know it wasn't him. I was never. I listen on the Tumblr days. I was a supernatural girl. I did not give a fuck about Doctor Who.
First episode that the silence appeared in was cool. Every appearance afterwards, I did not like the silence. But that's just my personal opinion. The silence is a Doctor Who villain.
I know, because I know Swan. Obviously, Swan's British. Swan knows Doctor Who.
You want to talk about peak Doctor Who villains? It's Cybermen, Daleks, and Weeping Angel.
Weeping Angels are a really cool concept.
You know, maybe I should do a
Yeah,
Doctor
but
Who
like I feel
campaign.
like British people on average have a better baseline knowledge than Americans.
It was a
people from
BBC show, so
it's a BBC show, and like it's kind of like how Americans like will have a baseline knowledge of like our sitcoms most likely compared to y'all, you know.
Oh, also, Disney Plus is also Doctor is also on Disney Plus apparently.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's kind of just because like it's, you know, it's more of a thing. Like Doctor Who's more niche here. Like that was like if you like the only place to buy Doctor Who merch was Hot Topic. Like it was not Doctor Who outside of online spaces was not at all really very popular in America, because even back in the old days, people didn't really watch Doctor Who as much as they would just watch like Twilight Zone or something. So Doctor Who never really took off in America. So y'all have like a better baseline knowledge than we do. So I will say it is probably around time that we're gonna have to go, because it's getting
late.
Around dinner time, and the house is gonna start
Indeed.
getting active. So
I also need to go get food as well.
exactly, yeah. Every other person's able to name all the episodes. Yeah, exactly. It's a very big cultural thing there. But yeah, I'm so glad. All right, we did a little
This
YAP
was fun,
sesh.
indeed. Before we go, remember my debut is on May 23rd at 12 p.m. CST, which is around the normal time that Mina usually streams. Go follow me. I'd love to see you all there.
Yeah.
Expect to see more of me, because I will constantly pester her.
And yes, I will also be there watching, and I will tweet about it as well. So if you forget as well, I will ping the Discord, and I will ping I will post on Twitter about it as well. So, you know, in case you guys forget. I will say though, I do think, yay, Swan, yay. I do think that I think I might have hit my 30 days, so I might be able to raid people now. So I'm gonna attempt to do that. I'm gonna attempt to raid someone. So if it works, yippee. If it doesn't and you don't end up going anywhere, I tried. But thank you so much everyone for coming, and yeah, make sure to check out Aki.
Indeed, indeed. Mina will probably also be appearing on my streams occasionally as well. So.
More than occasionally.
I know, once I start doing campaigns, they're gonna be fucking... It's gonna be like, oh, Mina's in this one too? Oh, Mina's in this one too. Oh,
I'm
what do you
always
know?
here. Alright, let's see if the raid works. I'll try. Otherwise, whoopsie. Bye-bye. I won't. I'll do that.
Wait. Before you do the raid, you have to have a raid message. You have to send them in with a raid message. That's like common
fuck.
courtesy. What's a good thing to say? Who are you raiding, if I may ask? Because depending on what they're doing could depend on the raid message we give.
Okay, he's playing Little Nightmares, and it's a British man. I'm gonna tell you that much. It's a British man playing Little Nightmares.
British man playing Little Nightmares? Let's say... A majestic raid in your nightmares. But you also gotta add the emojis around it too. So like,
yeah, you gotta have like the girly pop emojis, so like sparkling hearts and everything to make it like real annoying. Oh yeah, there we go. Make way for the Majesty's raid.
That's actually fucking
that cooks.
Peak. That cooks.
Swan, I'm like I said, once I get enough money, I'm gonna have to put you on the payroll.
Like this,
Swan. Though. Yeah, with the little, there we go. I'm gonna have to put Swan on the payroll, I swear.
With the emotes, make way for the Majesty's raid. Perfect.
So good. Okay, this is gonna be so awkward now if the raid doesn't work.
It is going to be very awkward.
It's gonna be so awkward, but at least we've established it.
Don't worry, I'm also watching the stream, so I'll see.
Okay. I'm gonna try it. Please. Come on. I would be so disappointed because it should be. Yay! It's working! We're going to Tylus! Yay! Okay,
remember, spam the message, make way for the Majesty's raid.
Thank you for coming
Goodbye,
by.
farewell everyone. Spread love and cheer in the world.
Wow.